Well, good morning, councillors, and welcome to our April ordinary meeting of council. Just a little bit of housekeeping as we get underway for our first meeting in a room with new audio and also new video, and obviously a new system of resolve for councillors. And Jean-Marie, welcome to you. Thank you for providing assistance where required for councillors, and I know councillors have gone through training before today. However, today, councillors, I'm asking for an extra heightened level of patience and kindness today because we are under a few new things happening, and therefore if we do need to pause and take some time, particularly for Kirsten to keep pace with the hectic nature that sometimes can occur in our ordinary meeting, to let's just observe that kindness and patience, and also to the team from IT who are here as well, who've done an enormous amount of work in getting the room prepared today. Thank you to you from the outset. The other piece of housekeeping is, councillors, to remind you that you need to join the meeting on resolve. So you need to actually press the button to join, and then you also press the green button which says present and voting. So councillors, if you can, and thank you Councillor Edwina for assisting, and I would suggest that we can all assist each other in this case as well. So that's a bit of housekeeping, and Councillor Kerry's working through that. Jean-Marie, you're okay for us to continue on? So welcome everyone, welcome to the ordinary meeting of council. As I say, this meeting is open to the public and will be live streamed. And I welcome all of those in the gallery with us today and obviously watching online. Today, councillors, I wanted to begin with a solemn moment, and that is, as a community, we take time to remember the innocent that died and were injured as a result of the tragedy that occurred at the Bondi Junction shopping centre in Sydney over the weekend. Our hearts are heavy as we reflect on the tragic loss of life. We extend our deepest condolences to the families and loved ones who are now grappling with unimaginable pain and grief. Our thoughts and prayers are with them all. We also recognise the heroic acts of individuals that through their actions have directly saved lives. It is heartbreaking that the criminal actions of an individual have directly touched our community. No community can condone such senseless violence against innocent men, women and children. We know that there are people feeling the pain of this event across our region particularly, and we encourage our community to look out for each other during this difficult time. If, as an individual, you are feeling the events of Bondi difficult, please reach out for help from a friend, a family member, or one of our region's counselling services. So, councillors, our first item of business is the opening of the meeting and acknowledgement of traditional owners, and therefore, councillors, I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal and the Djarowa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Councillors from last term will reflect that at our ordinary meeting we have an opportunity for each of these meetings to acknowledge a values moment across council, a values moment that councillors may have seen, witnessed, or indeed the organisation has achieved. And today, councillors, it gives me great pleasure to welcome the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers team, led by Carnival Kate Scott, and a number of her team who are here today. I will mention the names of those who are contributors within the ECS Tourism and Events team, and more broadly our region, but particularly Ross Begent, Kira Bradow, Kate Scott obviously, Lauren Owen, Hannah Winter, Lisa Walker, Andrea Gatfield, Bree McCarthy, Andrew Woolpass, Mark Cowan, Mike Daly, Trish Lambert and Jacqueline Pringle. There were, of course, many other contributors that contributed to the success of the event: Parks and Gardens, Property Services, Transport Drainage Planning, Environment Regulatory Services, and indeed right across council. One of the most heartwarming activities that happen over Carnival is seeing a variety of council staff volunteering for Carnival, actually taking time off their own work to volunteer at Carnival. And I know many councillors volunteer as well, and I'm sure you'll agree that to see our staff actually taking time off for their work to assist is absolutely brilliant, and it actually does epitomise the sense of pride that the Carnival Flowers has brought for some 75 years this year. A very special moment was had on the 15th of March in Darwin, just earlier this year, the day before the election in fact, where the Toowoomba Carnival Flowers for the year of 2022 was awarded the National Tourism Major Event and Festival. And today it gives me great pleasure to invite Kate Scott to come forward on behalf of your team and in fact all of the council staff who contribute, but I will say on behalf of all of the community as well, Kate, as you rightly point out, on any time you speak, this is a community event at its core. The reasons for its existence haven't changed from day one, and it continues to be successful because of the that it is community, and it is about community. So, Kate, if you'd like to come forward and present this to you. Please give Kate a big round of applause, folks. Thank you very much, Kate, and to all of your team as well. Of course, it's a major event coming up very soon as well. We also have, of course, People Show at the show day this Friday, the 159th running of the Toowoomba Show, bringing the best of entertainment and a magnificent display of world-class agriculture happening as well. And I encourage all councillors, as you will, find time to visit the show over that time. And of course, next week we move to Anzac Day services, and our team again working tirelessly to assist community to bring together events right across our region that remember the sacrifices of those who fought in all wars to keep our nation free. So throughout next week, as a community, we'll have the opportunity to remember those who gave the ultimate sacrifice defending Australia in all wars, and to thank those who continue to serve in our armed forces and continue that legacy of the freedoms we have. So councillors, with those few small announcements but yet very significant, I declare the meeting open and remind us all of our values of accountability, safety and wellbeing, teamwork, honesty, respect, and today, those two extras of patience and kindness. We move to item number 2, councillors, which is the reception of deputation delegations by appointment, of which councillors there are none today. Item number 3 then, councillors, we move to attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leave of absence and declarations of conflicts of interest. Apologies, Councillor O'Shea, you've indicated that you need to depart today at 12:30 p.m. So if that happens and we're still continuing to meet, we'll make note of that in the minutes as well. Noting leave of absence, there are none, but however there are some granting leaves of absence. Councillor Bill.
Kirsten, are you able to put that up on the screen, please? I did have the dates until I declined them. In iPad, of course, they go.
Councillor Carroll, just while you're contemplating there is a motion that will come in the mayoral minute in regard to the adjustment of the May meeting to the 28th of May, and noting that I think you were indicating you may be back on that date, so that may change your request for meeting grant of leave as well.
Yeah, as per that, less the 21st, if that's the case.
We're yet to put that forward to vote on it, so that's correct at this time. But if you're back on the 28th, you won't need a granting of leave at that point anyway. Are you happy with that? Okay, so I need a motion then to receive Councillor Carl's absence, Councillor James, Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Our second granting of leave of absence from Deputy Mayor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. I wish to be granted a leave of absence from the special meeting of council that may be scheduled on the 8th of May 2024.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. Someone happy to move by Councillor James, second by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you very much. There any other granting of leave of absence? If there's not, councillors, at any time you can alert the council business of that, and we can deal with that at the next meeting as required. Now, there are some declarations, councillors, of declarable conflicts of interest. You should have those in front of you. We'll start with Councillor Edwina at item 11.2, and Councillor Edwina, if you'd like to also do 15.2 at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I, Edwina Farquhar, wish to inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in matter item 11.2 sponsorship request for the Toowoomba Marathon as defined in section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. The declarable conflict of interest arises because the Toowoomba Roadrunners are a partner of the event. I was a member of the Roadrunners until my membership lapsed in November last year, and I still run with them occasionally. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Thank you, Councillor Edwina. This is a good process for the new councillors to go through here. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. It's my understanding that ordinary membership of a club is not sufficient reason for a conflict of interest. And if that is the case through the CEO, then I move that Councillor Edwina does not have a declarable conflict in this matter and can participate in the vote and remain in the room while the vote takes place.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. Seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thanks, Councillor Edwina. You're the second one now.
Thank you. I also wish, in relation to item 15.2, confidential planning, environmental court appeals and compensation claims from March 2024. In relation to matter number 2, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4, MCUI 2022-3590, development application for a development permit for a material change of use, impact, extension to an educational establishment located at 46 to 50, 51 and 53 Wirrawirra Street, East Toowoomba. At the special meeting of Council on 29th December 2023 and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Edwina. We'll move to the next declaration. We'll remind ourselves when we get to that point to vacate the area. The next, pardon me, the next is Councillor Rebecca von Hoff.
This is also in relation to item 15.2, the confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims from March 2024. In relation to matter number 1, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5 at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of the 13th of February 2024, and in relation to matter number 2. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4, MCUI 2022-3590, development application for a development permit for a material change of use, impact, extension to educational establishment located at 46 to 50, 51 and 53 Wirrawirra Street, East Toowoomba, Queensland 4350, at the special meeting of Council on the 29th of November 2023, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matters were discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while the matters are discussed and voted on.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rebecca. We move then to Councillor James O'Shea.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I'm also in 15.2, but sorry, I flagged with Kirsten a late one that I'll need to raise in 11.2. Which would you prefer I did first?
11.2.
11.2. Sure. Thanks, Mayor. And again, apologies, Kirsten. So we'll have to work on the wording with this. So this one, I wish to declare a perceived conflict of interest, if that's the right words, in regards to item 11.2, sponsorship request Toowoomba Marathon. The perceived conflict of interest arises as the event, the event which requires road closures directly impacts the street in which I reside. So the organisers of the event have distributed material obviously to residences, so I've received that, and note that one of the road closures is my street, so therefore the event actually is occurring on my street. That being said, my belief again is that event occurring on my street I don't have anything to gain or lose in regards to the outcome of this, so I wish to remain in the room and vote on it. However, that being said, I would ask my colleagues to determine my fate.
Thanks, Councillor James. Given that this is an event that you would have no control over in regard to where it is, do you have any concerns about impartiality when we do get to vote on this particular subject?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. In regards to your question, I have no concerns around my ability to vote on this matter impartially.
Well, councillors, does someone have Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to move that Councillor O'Shea has no declarable conflict of interest because it's just an event that's taking part in his part of it goes through his neighbourhood, and there'll be many other areas that, as we've seen the course, that would be touched by this, so he has nothing to gain or lose because of this event, and I believe he can vote. His vote will be unaffected by the fact that it goes past his house. Thank you.
As Councillor Carroll moves, I have a seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Now just pause, Councillor James, just for a moment. Kirsten, are you comfortable to work on that when you get that opportunity to? Okay. Thanks, Councillor James.
Thanks, Mayor. Also in item 15.2, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims March 2024, in relation to matter number 1, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims to January 2024 at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of 13th of February 2024, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting whilst this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks, Councillor James. We move to Councillor Kerry. Are you ready for yours? If not, we'll move to your right to do your declaration here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to matter number 2, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number MCU 1/2022/3590, development application for a development permit for a material change of use impact extension to educational establishment located at 46, 50, 51 and 53 Wira Street, East Toowoomba, at the special meeting on the 29th of November 23, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. So I'm just confirming that is item 15.2, number 2. That's the declaration?
That's correct.
Thank you. Very good. We then move to Councillor Tim McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Concerning item 15.2, again, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims from March 2024. In relation to matter number 1, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 5, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, January 2024 at the Planning and Development Committee meeting on 13th of February 2024, and in relation to item number 2, so we're 1 and 2, I request it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4, MCUI 2022-3590, development application for a development permit for material change of use, impact, extension to education establishment located at 46 to 50, 51 and 53 Wirrawirra Street, East Toowoomba, Queensland 4350, at the special meeting of Council on 29 November 2023, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in those decisions about the matters, including by voting on the matters. And that's for both items, colleagues, as the relevant circumstances have not changed. I will participate in the decision about the matters, including by voting on the matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tim. Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. With item 15.2, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims March 2024, in relation to matter number 1, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims January 2024, at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of 13th of February 2024, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you very much, Councillor Melissa. Move now to Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Carol Taylor, item number 15.2, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims March 2024. In relation to matter number 1, I requested it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, January 2024, at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of the 13th of February 2024, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Pardon me. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I have two declarations. 11.2 is the first one, which is a sponsorship request for the Toowoomba Marathon, and inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in the matter as defined by 150E of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. The declarable conflict of interest arises because I have registered for the 10-kilometre run as part of the event and will offer to volunteer if required. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to the matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to 150E of the Local Government Act, whether I may participate in the decision, including voting, must leave, or may participate with conditions. Anyone happy to move that I could stay in the meeting? Thank you, Councillor Trevor. Thank you, Councillor Carroll.
Run in the 10K.
Thank you.
Not walk, you're only allowed to run.
So hang on, we've got someone wants to bring a drink.
I'll second and bring you a drink.
Well, Councillor Trevor move, Councillor Carroll second. Those in favour? That's carried. Okay, the second one is the same as 15.21, which is pretty consistent with all the others. Requested to be minuted. I declare a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5. This is what happened last time. Confidential planning, environmental court appeals and compensation claims, January 24, at the Planning and Development Committee meeting on 13 February 2024. And of my decision to leave the meeting while the matters were discussed and voted on, as the relevant circumstances have not changed, I'll leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on. That's item 15.2. There are a number of councillors who will leave that meeting at that time for that particular item, of which councillors then determine who will chair the meeting at that time, just to give you a heads up on the process when we get to that. So that's all declarations. Any others? Councillor Edwell.
Thank you, Chair. It's just come to my attention following Councillor James's declaration of conflict of interest for item 11.2, sponsorship request Toowoomba Marathon. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. I own a business that will also be affected by street closures. Just looking at the map here, again, Kirsten, we can workshop exact terminology, but Ruthven Street will be closed, that section. However, I believe I have nothing more to lose or gain than any other business owner in that street or that area, and I wish to participate in this matter. However, I will leave it to my colleagues to decide.
Thank you, Councillor Edwina. Are there any questions for Councillor Edwina? There's no question. Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Edwina, do you have any concerns about it affecting your trade at that time? Will you be trading, or it's probably a little bit different to living as a residence?
Like Carnival of Flowers, we'd probably stay open. We haven't worked out our trading hours yet, but often events go past our street and we trade accordingly.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for Councillor Edwina? If not, someone like to move a motion effective of the three options that are available for us to determine Councillor Edwina's involvement. Question, Councillor Rebecca.
Question through you, Mayor, to the CEO. Brian, Councillor Edwina discussed that her business will not be any more or less impacted than other businesses in the CBD. Can you just clarify for us that that is the bar for whether or not there is a personal conflict? Because I accept the premise that what Councillor Edwina is saying, that her business will be as affected as any other in the CBD.
That is a consideration, but also what needs to be considered is the consideration of the item is in relation to council sponsorship in relation to this event, and I understand that that event will continue regardless of council's sponsorship. So whichever way the council was to vote, I don't think it's going to make any difference in relation to the outcome.
Thank you, CEO. In that case, Mayor, I'm happy to move that Councillor Edwina does not have a conflict and can stay in the room and also participate in the debate and the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. Councillor Carroll, happy to second that? Okay, those in favour? Carried unanimously. So again, Kirsten, I'll just pause for a moment and give you that opportunity to let me know when you're ready to move on to the next item. We move then, councillors, to just for a moment. Edwina, thank you, Councillor Edwina, thank you for picking up on that today. It was something that we all obviously missed, and you picked up on it. So thank you, and that's for all of us to keep in mind, and we're mindful of everyone else as well in that circumstance. So thank you for doing that. If there's no other declarations, we'll move to item number 4, which is the confirmation of minutes. And the first item to accept the minutes is the ordinary meeting of council on the 5th of March. All were present, other than Councillor Gary and Councillor Trevor, and therefore will be minuted that you obviously weren't at that meeting, and therefore you won't vote. It won't be seen as a no. You will not be eligible to vote. Councillor Rebecca, I'm happy to move. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, second by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. We then had the 3rd of April, which was the post-election meeting. Everyone was present for that. The motion is that the minutes of the post-election meeting of council dated 3 April 2024 be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? You can vote on that one, Trevor. Yeah. all present. All present. Okay. Right. Business arising from the minutes, councillors. Any business arising? If not, presentation of petitions is item number 6. There is a presentation of petition from the Nobby community in regard to the Nobby Weighbridge, and I would anticipate that all councillors would be aware of the situation that's unfolding in Nobby. I will read the information on the petition so that we know what we are voting on, which is simply to accept this petition. That's what we're voting on, to accept the petition. There are some 362 signatories, and the petition is headed "We, Les and Sue Keepy, the operators of the local weighbridge in Nobby, Queensland, Australia, are facing a crisis. Our facility is under threat of closure, a move that would deeply impact our community and livelihoods. The weighbridge plays an integral role in our town's infrastructure and economy. It serves as a critical point for goods, transportation and agricultural operations. As operators, we have dedicated years to ensuring smooth operations at this facility. Its closure would not only affect us, but also disrupt the local supply chain and potentially increase costs for businesses reliant on accurate weight measures for their goods. We urge you to consider the far-reaching implications that closing down such facilities can have on communities like ours. Let us keep serving Nobby by keeping its local weighbridge open. And it goes on to say your signature can help save jobs and preserve an essential part of our town's infrastructure. Please sign the petition today. And as I say, there's over 360 signatories on that petition. I have someone, I'm happy to move that petition be received. Someone happy to second that? Seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Brian, I'll pass that over to you in the appropriate fashion. There we go. Thank you for that. Councillors, we move then to item number 7, which is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice. There's actually 2 items today, councillors, the first of which is the nomination for the LGAQ Policy Executive District Representation, of which Kirsten has information, and councillors, you will have received some correspondence of this only a couple of days ago, in fact. I am aware of potentially 2 nominations from councillors, and therefore it is, as chair, my view that we use a similar method of selecting that nominator, or our nomination, as we have for the Deputy Mayor process in the past, which is where we move to suspend standing orders and then go through, call for nominations, give each nominee a couple of minutes, 2 minutes to speak, and then we'll resume standing orders and vote in the order of those that have been nominated. And once a majority is reached, that's the end of the section, and we'll complete the motion, which is that the councillor, whoever that may be considered for a district representation, keeping in mind that our district encompasses Gundawindi, Southern Downs, Western Downs and ourselves. That means that nominations can come from any of those other councils as well. We hold 6 votes at that voting, and the other 3 councils hold 3 votes apiece when it gets to that point. Obviously, other councils may view this meeting and then simply nominate whoever we nominate, which would make it quite simple for the LGAQ Policy Executive as well. So therefore, councillors, I ask that we move to suspend standing orders for this. It's moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? The motion is carried. We'll just pause there for Kirsten. Right to go. I call for nominations for the position. Now, this is for position LGAQ Policy Executive. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wish to nominate for this position because I feel I have enough knowledge and experience to do this. I've lived in Gundawindi for over 30 years.
Councillor Carroll, we'll give you a couple of minutes shortly, but you're nominating, so you're the first nomination. Any other Councillor Rebecca, nomination?
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to nominate also for this position.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations, councillors? This, just for those who are potentially watching online and those in the room, there is a commitment, an additional commitment by our person who is the representative for those districts. There's up to 4 and potentially an additional meeting per year. It is a commitment that will cover policy that LGAQ not only receive from local governments, but then take to the appropriate government. So it is a very important role. And the last term, the Mayor of the Western Downs was the local government executive, policy executive representative from those 4 areas. So we have 2 nominations. Any others? Therefore, we have Councillor Carroll and Councillor Rebecca. So Councillor Carroll, will go to you first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Western Downs has actually represented the 4 councils since amalgamation in 2008. I've served with LGAQ on chaired Roads and Transport Advisory for 2 terms and actually been a member of a Roads and Advisory Committee in the last term when Policy Executive chaired all their advisory committee meetings. I've lived in Gundawindi for over 30 years, and when we lived in Reston Downs, also at Jimbo for many years. I know we the Toowoomba Regional Council, are seen by many as a city council. We are not, and that it gives lie because of our many townships, regional and rural areas. And I believe that I could represent the four regions. It does take quite a lot of work, and then you have to liaise and take concerns up from all those councils, should it happen, to policy executive, and then come back with a praise of what happens at those meetings. So there's quite a bit of responsibility attached to it, and there's a bit of travel, not so much, I guess, for us as there is for the people who live perhaps in the Aboriginal and more remote communities. But I ask my colleagues to consider my application and to put forward to LGAQ and then rely on the other three councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'd like to start by saying how much I respect Councillor Taylor's experience. And with the exception of Councillor Gardner and Councillor Manteifel, councillors have seen my approach to policy over the past 4 years. I'm curious, I listen, I fight when I have to, and I'm able to be across detail while also simultaneously maintaining the big picture and the overall intent of policy. In the past term, I was on the LGAQ Water Advisory Committee, and we have some great examples in recent time of our council being in sync with the LGAQ as issues emerge. Policy isn't dry and wordy, it's the playbook, and getting it right is what our residents rightfully expect. In conversations over recent days with those from other regions across Queensland who are likely to be on policy executive, my relationships in our region, South East Queensland, and the length of the state, as well as my approach, will allow me to do good work for our council, our district and the Dowling Downs, and local government across Queensland. And I ask for your support so that we as a council can be well placed in policy decisions that will impact us directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca, and thank you both for putting yourselves forward, keeping in mind that this would be our nomination and it would have to potentially go to another process of voting if that's required, if there's nominations from other councils as well, separate from our nominee. We've heard from both councils. We'll now resume standing orders. Can I have someone to move standing? Councillor James, Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? That motion is carried. So, Kirsten, you tell me when you're ready to go. Okay, councillors, we then go to the voting part of this section. So this is, councillors, that we are voting on, to be absolutely crystal clear, the support of a nomination of council to be considered for a district representation on the policy executive of LGAQ for this term of council 2024 to 2028. We then go to the votes in order of nomination, and therefore Councillor Carol Taylor was the first nomination. We will go directly to the vote. Those in favour of Councillor Carroll being our representative, well, our nomination, I should say, to go to the state. Do we need another mover and seconder for that as well? Okay, apologies, retract, rewind, replay. You have a mover that Councillor Carroll be our nominate. Moved by Councillor Tim. A seconder? Seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour. So I'm unsure what difference there was to what we were just doing there, to be honest, Kirsten. For Carol's nomination, and then a mover and a second for Rebecca's nomination, and then we go and vote on each separately. No. Okay, so this is what so we're moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3. Those against? Well, it's not going to really matter too much there. Okay, that is lost. Therefore, we move to the second. That's correct, Kirsten? Thank you. Councillor Rebecca, therefore, as the nomination. The proposed motion would read: the council support the nomination of Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff to be considered for a district representation position on the Local Government Association of Queensland Policy Executive 24 to 28. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. Thank you. And thank you both again very much for putting yourselves forward. And Councillor Rebecca, you're our nomination, as I say, but it does have to go through another process to get to that point. Councillors, the second mayoral minute, I'll just pause for a moment. We're okay. The second mayoral minute is one that's arisen because of the Civic Leaders Conference, where councillors are encouraged to attend if they can. And the motion is simply to change the ordinary meeting date in May from the 21st of May to now be held on the 28th of May. That is the motion. Councillor Rebecca, seconded, because it's a mayoral minute, so you're happy to second that? Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. That's now done. Well done. Thank you, everyone. We now move then to item number 8, which is the monthly financial statement, and invite General Manager Anne-Marie Johnson to come forward and welcome Anne-Marie. And thank you for the information you've provided councillors in the last 48 hours or so as well. I'll just remove some of my gear there.
Good morning, councillors. So the purpose of this report is to present councillors with the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31st of March. This is a requirement of the Local Government Regulation Section 204. So if we go to page 2 of 6 of the report, highlights the March implications. And you'll note that we've got unrestricted cash expenses ratio of 6.86% against the Queensland Government Financial Management Sustainability target of greater than 2 months. The actual unrestricted cash amount is $191 million. We incurred DRFA expenditure of 18 million in operation and 4 million in capital during the period, and a separate DRFA report is provided in attachment 4. So council says this is quarterly reporting. There are those additional reports that you've probably come to expect. So we did have a rates due during the month. So the rates were due on the 6th of March. So this is what contributes to that high unrestricted cash balance. Attachment 1 summarises the variances across each component and provides details of the capital that has been delivered for each group. The consolidated financial performance statement is provided in attachment A. So this consolidated financial performance statement is our main profit and loss for the period. So this is the document that we go through each of those components and provide a bit of background. So if we look at operating income, so overall tracking to budget, a variance of 1% or 3.5 million below budget. So rates and levies, we've got a variance of 973,000, so it's less than 1%, and that is attributable to water consumption. So there's a general rates variance of 361,000. That's just a timing difference. And councillors, I can advise that we levied water rates over the weekend, so that's the final rate charge for the financial year. And the consumption has come in higher than previously, so that variance we'll see at the end of April pretty much disappeared. So fees and charges, we've got a variance of 2.5 million or 8% above budget. So there's quite a few branches tracking higher than budgeted in the fees and charges. And this has prompted us to reforecast our 30th of June result. So when we do a budget review twice a year, we do look at changing that position. But because there's been so many changes since the actual budget review, we're going to bring you a reforecast to the May ordinary meeting. Interest received, 126,000 or 2% above the budget, and that's just reflective of those higher cash holdings that we've got. Grant subsidies, contributions, donations, variance of 7%, 5.3 million, and this is relating to DRFA income. So what we're starting to see that trend across the financial year is we're not receiving our DRFA funding when we anticipate we will be receiving it. We can't recognise it. So we know we did get cash advance that we're holding in our balance sheet, but that allows us, but we can't actually recognise it. So this is something that we will be looking at reforecasting as well, so that when we present in May, we'll have a better idea what the end of June looks like. Noting that the DRFA project is the programme of works is to the 31st of December. So that carryover over the end of financial year could impact our results. So we'll bring you some more information on that one. If we look at our operational expenditure now, labour variance of 1.5 million or 2%. The main variance here being in the materials and services and other expenditure space, with the variance of 14 million or 8%. So again, DRFA, so disaster recovery works, represent 6 million of that variance, and the state waste levy represents 6 million. That the state waste levy is timing, and there's also about $1 million for the Toowoomba Region Futures. So those three components, we're looking at those as timing differences at the moment. If we continue to have timing differences across June and July, that does impact the 30th of June result. Finance cost depreciation tracking very close to budget with variances of just 1%. And moving on to the capital part of the report. Capital income, again, tracking below budget, 7.6 million or 18%. And again, that's 7 million of that is DRFA. Infrastructure charges, so the actual cash component of infrastructure charges, tracking 1.2 million or 9% below budget. With contributed assets being capitalised, the majority of those happen in May and June, so we're not envisaging any issues there. I suppose a big issue for us at the moment is our capital expenditure. So currently tracking 26%, 35.4 million across the organisation. So quite a few projects. I did provide a bit of detail yesterday. We've got water projects, 8 million, waste projects, 1.5 million, construction and maintenance, 2 million, flood recovery, 1.2, fleet and logistics, 1.9. Planning and development, we brought some developer payments to account at Budget Review 1. That hasn't been expended yet. We've got 1.6 million in parks and recreation, 1.4 million in information, communication and technology, and Crestbrook Dam with 11 million. So again, we've got the general managers are here if you've got any questions around capital, but we will be bringing you that reforecast. In relation to ICT projects, being the general manager with responsibility, we have got commitments against that work, and we do envisage that we will deliver that by the 30th of June. I'd like to just take you through the sustainability statement. If you've any questions regarding the consolidated financial performance statement.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. We will pause there just for a moment. Councillor Tim.
Oh, thanks, Anne-Marie. I was listening with detail to what you said. My pickups from this was the revenue is well below where it should be, 6.5 million-ish, and you said that's DRFA funding, that it's a timing issue, and that's fine. The capital works expenditure you also covered was, I mean, this is a March report, so this is 3 quarters through the financial year, and it's significantly below where I would like to see it, objectively in March. And my experience from sitting around here is it kind of goes, and then right at the end, it goes really quick and a lot gets done. But so a few questions. Does that DRFA funding, how does that correlate to capital works being done? Is it that we can't start works until that comes in?
So really, the majority of our DRFA works are operational works, not capital.
Okay.
So, what we do see historically is our June expenditure and capital works is usually more than 3 times any other month of the year. So we usually track around anywhere between 10 and 12 million every month. And then when we get to June, we see minimum 3 times the monthly spend. It's just bringing home the projects, finishing them off and that. So DRFA is not a problem. The only reason I'm mentioning DRFA is around the timing, because it is scheduled to be completed by the 31st of December this year. So the timing, the recognition of income and expenditure relating to DRFA projects in June could impact our 30th of June result. So overall, we're tracking operational income. The majority of our income is from our rates base, and we're tracking very closely to budget, especially in light of the work carried out over the weekend with the water levies. That's the final rating for the year. So we know we're tracking very close to budget.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for that clarification. So as far as the capital works expenditure being, well, I would say below.
Yes.
I mean, your portfolio is at 24%, and you did say in your speech earlier you expect that to pick up and end strong for the financial year.
Yeah, so I know within finance and business strategy that we have committed for that expenditure, but that's overall 3 million out of the $200 million program. So what we're doing at the moment is working with each area, with each group, to do that reforecast. So when we come back at May, we can give you a better indication of what the position will be at the 30th of June for each of those operational areas.
Yeah, thanks very much. I was going to ask if perhaps during the group reports or an appropriate time, each of the general managers might make comment on this report that's, one or two of them are over 50%, but most of them are under, on where they're tracking. And I'd also like a comment on, this was end of March, we're now mid-April. Has there been any move on that since this was written and where we are today? So I would like to keep a close eye on that in the next few months. And I thank you for your answers, but perhaps we could...
and I can give you an update by the time we're looking at group reports to see just what's happened in the last couple of weeks. So as you said, we're halfway through the month, so we've had a pay run, and the labour component is a considerable part of that expenditure, so we'll be able to see how we're tracking.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Chair, I had a question on the sustainability statement. You wanted to wait for them?
If you just hold on that one for a moment. Are there any other questions? And Councillor Tim's a good point, and a heads up for the GMs in regard to just give us an update, keeping in mind there'll be a reforecast in May, but it may be an opportune time for GMs to give a quick update of their area in the group report. Any other questions in the consolidated revenue? I'll go to Councillor Rebecca, then Councillor Gary.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Potentially you or Jake may wish to answer this. It's in relation to the Cresbrook Dam safety upgrade. And I did flag this question with the Acting General Manager of Water and Waste. So we've got a situation there with the safety upgrade and a variance in the actuals that I wonder if the Acting General Manager could comment on if we're experiencing delays, what those are, and if they've been communicated to the dam safety regulator, and if so, what the response from him has been, please.
Thanks, Councillor. Welcome, Jake. Acting GM. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, councillors. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your question, and thank you for the advance notice. It was much appreciated. The Cresbrook Dam Safety Project is behind schedule. It is a very complex project, and we're working together with our alliance partners to try and minimise the overall delays that have been experienced in the early stages of this project, keeping the dam safety regulator informed as we progress. In relation to the question around what have these delays been, essentially stems from the start of contract award. So the contract was anticipated to be awarded in October, and the contract was not actually executed until December. Council was made aware of these negotiations with the selected party, and is due to the quality of the bids received and the process of finalising agreement between SMEC and Seymour White. There was considerable discussions, negotiations around risk, ensuring that the appropriate position was landed where all parties were aptly at a position that was appropriate for their organisation. We've also, as council, has been common across all areas within council, we've experienced significant staff shortages from all members of the Alliance, including ourselves in council. We've experienced project managers and engineers have been difficult to both attract and retain for a number of different reasons. Just yesterday, the CEO has endorsed a resourcing strategy internal to council to assist us in appropriately supporting the project. Obtaining insurance has been a challenging activity with only one of the major insurance policies being placed today. So we have 3 major insurance policies: professional indemnity, contract works, and public liability. The public liability insurance policy has been fully placed as of last week. This has been predominantly due to the complexity and risk associated with works on what is a high risk and critical asset, being Crestbrook Dam. Council has been completing extensive due diligence processes to ensure that the policies will respond appropriately in accordance with Council's risk appetite. As you know, Toowoomba Regional Council is the first local government to commence works of this nature and of this scale, and we are making and working very closely with our governance team to make sure that our assets are appropriately insured. The matter is further complicated by the need to correspond with specialty insurance brokers based in London and the time taken to review respective clauses to ensure that what is prepared to be offered by the market is appropriate for council and the project. Can't stress it enough, council, we are working very hard with Bailey and his team to make sure that the appropriate insurance is placed for the asset. The state government and other projects have different risk appetites on the basis of the size and scale of what would be a $300 million project for the state government, has quite a different impact as a $300 million project does for this organisation. So we are taking the appropriate time to make sure we get it correct. The other matter that has caused issue has been the commencement of geotechnical investigation works, which were delayed due to the availability of the equipment. Agreement on the scope of the required works between our technical review team that's external to the Alliance and the Alliance, as well as the placement of the first tranche of that public liability insurance that I mentioned earlier. You'll see from the group report that works have in fact commenced on site early last month. However, it was approximately 4 weeks later than what was originally anticipated. As indicated to councillors in special meetings leading up to the award of the contract, this project will face many challenges. However, the Alliance model ensures that we have a flexible contracting model to foster collaboration and innovation to appropriately manage and find solutions to these challenges. To date, the level of effort is consistent with the amount of project expenditure. I've been working closely with Anne-Marie and the finance team to ensure that funds for the project are quarantined. We currently have, as of today, 7.3 million. You'll note in the report it's only 7 million of expenditure out of a planned 25 million with a total budget expected of 40 million. It is not likely that we will reach this forecast expenditure this year. This is a complex and critical project for our community and those who reside downstream of the dam. It is important to ensure that risks are appropriately managed and that take the appropriate amount of time to ensure that additional risk is not inadvertently introduced to the project. We are in regular contact with the Dam Safety Regulator about our process and our progress and are working closely with him about rebaselining and benchmarking the program. But as I said earlier, we are in a process of starting the project. As momentum builds, as we work together to find innovative solutions to our problems, we may find that there may not necessarily be an overall impact on the program. It's too early to tell at this stage, but we are hastening slowly to make sure that we are not exposing this organisation or the community to additional risk. Hopefully that answers your questions.
Thank you, Jake. Very comprehensive indeed. I appreciate that. Just in your negotiations or conversations with the dam regulator, just more broadly, given that you've said this is the first of 13 dams, what's the appetite for the dam regulator in regard to timing, given that us being the first, we're actually uncovering, if you like, a lot of the risks that may occur for others. So what is the dam regulator's view on appetite for that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and in response to that question, in the conversations I've had with the dam regulator, he has been very consistent that safety is first. Safety of these critical infrastructure is first. He does not wish to see us proceed hastily if we are to introduce additional risk to the community as a result of the works we're undertaking. So he is happy with our progress. He's happy with the information that's being provided to him. As I said, we haven't told him or indicated an end date of this project yet because it is too early to say, but he is confident and to some extent, without putting too many words in Chris's mouth, he's happy with the team that we have assembled. We have a good team of competent, capable engineers and constructors who can help us work through the issues and solve and find solutions to some of these complex matters that we will uncover. We're not the first organisation to dam safety upgrade, but we are the first local government to do a dam safety upgrade. The state government has been grappling with this issue for a number of years, but as I said earlier, the state government has a different risk appetite, as they should, in relation to these assets in accordance with their financial capabilities, much different to council with a project of this scale and our financial resources.
Thank you very much, Jake. Councillor Gary, then Councillor Kerry.
I just don't know, but over this time, but with the dam works and no government subsidy to date or anything, is there a 3-year forecast? And where do we run out of money? Because we've only got rates and we've got no subsidies to talk about at present.
So as part of our financial reporting and auditing, we're required to produce a long-term financial forecast, which is audited by the Queensland Audit Office. So we also have a sustainability strategy, which determines or defines, if you like, the parameters that we need to adopt our budget and within. As long as we continue to adopt the annual budget within the sustainability parameters, we won't run out of money. We've got a fantastic rate base here in Toowoomba. Our ratepayers pay the rates on time and allowing us to be a sustainable local government entity.
I guess just to lean into that question a little bit more, Anne-Marie, this is not necessarily about how do we fund this project. It's about all the other projects that won't be able to be done that will become critical if we only fund this project. That's the crux. Yeah.
What are those projects?
Well, there's any number that have been spoken about in the media, but the sports park is one of those. That's a massive piece of community infrastructure that people have been crying out. That's a $200 million project. A new admin building that attracts and retains staff, upwards of $100 million. And these have all been pushed out and pushed out and pushed out. So the community will be disadvantaged, severely disadvantaged, if we don't get external funding for the dam safety upgrade. Councillor, are you comfortable with that, Councillor Gary?
Yeah.
Councillor Kerry, then Councillor Trevor.
Yeah, no, thanks. Just to the Acting General Manager. You mentioned, first of all, that it's a $300 million project, not 270. Has there been a change there?
Thank you, Councillor Shine. No, it's still $266.2 million, but for the terms of trying to, I suppose, indicate scale, it's circa $300 million when comparing to, say, some of the state government dam safety projects, which are up around the billion to multiple billion-dollar projects. It sort of gives, the intention was to give council an indication of scale, not necessarily can be completely accurate, but it is still $266.2 million.
Thank you. My main question, though, was just to seek clarification about the 3 insurances. The third is public risk, was it? Public liability, that's in place?
Yes, Councillor, that's correct. So public liability is in place at $150 million of cover.
And if you just tell us, well, for my benefit, the type of insurances of the other 2, and until they are in place, does that mean things can't go ahead, or are we taking some sort of calculated risk to do some work in the meantime, or how does it slow things up if it does at all?
Thank you, Councillor Syme. So the 2 other policies are contract works insurance. Now this covers the contract work, so it'll cover the value of the works itself. So the contract we have in place is circa $200 million. There's circa $200 million worth of cover. So that covers the activity of the works itself. So if there were to be an issue with the works, a failure or something happens of the works as it's being constructed, the contract works insurance would cover that. We've also included or requested to include as part of those contract works some existing asset insurance to cover an amount as if our asset, in case our asset is subsequently or could be damaged through the process of contract works. So that's what the contract works policy covers, and those policies are covered once placed from the date the contract commences, in line with the project, the PAA, or the Project Alliance Agreement, which is dated early in December of last calendar year. The other policy is our professional indemnity insurance policy, and that covers essentially professional services, so engineering services provided by the Alliance. So those designers will be making design decisions, they will be making calculations and other activities based on information received by geotech, those type of bits and pieces. If there are incorrect or inappropriate assumptions or decisions made around those professional services that are applied, subsequent damage or other things that may occur as a result of that, our professional indemnity insurance policy would respond to that. Now, that professional indemnity insurance policy is backdated to the Alliance, commencement of the Alliance development phase. And so once that work is placed, or that policy is placed, it will cover all decisions relating to this project from the time that SMEC and Seymour White were in fact involved in the early stages. As far as your indication of risk, as with all policies, there are deductibles, or not just premiums, but a deductible should an event occur. So if an event occurs, say for instance with our contract works policy, the initial deductibility for flood cover, for example, might be $5 million. So unless there has been $5 million worth of damage, the deductible will not cover essentially the damage. So essentially the project will self-insure, is probably the most appropriate term, up to the amount of the deductible. And as you can see, at the moment, we are not, haven't actually completed sufficient amounts of work on site to be anywhere near some of those deductibles. Flood is one, fire is the other, general damage. So we are taking a risk-based approach as the Alliance to make sure that we are placing the most appropriate insurance for our project, rather than just placing the first policy that comes across the table that may not necessarily meet the total risk for the whole project.
Thank you again for the comprehensive explanation. But does that hold the project up completely at this stage, or can you do worthwhile?
We are proceeding on the basis on the basis that we will be able to place insurance before that risk appetite becomes too great for any party, any one party. So we're proceeding with early works. We're proceeding with design. As I said, the PI insurance policy will be backdated to the point at which the designer first becomes part of the project. So we're proceeding on that basis, and at this stage it is not holding up progress. But we are getting close to a point where that may occur, but we'll make, again, a decision as an Alliance that is best for project, best for council, to make sure that we're not exposing additional risk.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. Councillor Trevor?
Just a couple of questions. With the campaign, lots of ratepayers have been asking, why wasn't there any... We've known this was coming for a long time, this dam upgrade. Were there any funds put aside over the last terms of council for however long? And if there weren't, why wasn't there? Because we knew this was coming.
Yeah, so council has very strong reserves. So if this expenditure isn't spent this current financial year, that will go in the reserves, into our reserves at the 30th of June, and be quarantined for this project. We have delivered some critical infrastructure over the last couple of years, which was prioritised. There was also a decision to remove the project from the budget to assist with receiving funding. I'm happy for Jake to talk to that. But I can tell you that we have set ourselves up over the last 10 years to be in a position to deliver this project. We know that we can deliver the project within our sustainability framework and within the sustainability parameters. We do know that that will impact on other projects. We're in an environment have been over the last couple of years with rising costs in the construction sector. But over the next couple of months, we will be bringing councillors through workshops and information sessions, details of the 3-year capital works programme by project by project, with the ability to go through, for councillors to go through and see what's in, what's not in, what can be moved in. But the longer this project takes, the more of an impact on what else we're doing. So we've already spoken about pushing out the sports park, pushing out the civic administration building. But the dam safety project, we feel over the last 2 years we've been going through that alliance process. But prior to that, we were setting ourselves up, working with Queensland Treasury Corporation, ensuring our sustainability to deliver the project, which has probably been a disadvantage for us in the grant funding space, in that we are shown that we are sustainability, that we are a sustainable council.
So just, we could probably have a session on this, and maybe that's the best approach to do this, Anne-Marie, if we can park that. But just to give you an idea around priorities, the dam is currently rated as a 1 in 8,000 year event. 1 in 8,000 year. If you're doing a prioritisation and you're talking about a 1 in 8,000 year event as opposed to a water source for residents in Clifton and a wastewater facility in Clifton that's required urgently, or a water treatment plant which will be opened very soon, circa $40 million, to service our 90,000 people that are on water, articulated from the Mount Connor water treatment plant and done properly, an upgrade of that, I know what the community would think of first. Keeping in mind when this work's done, it'll be a 1 in 800,000 year event when it happens. So, you know, we need to put into perspective about priorities of how budgets are worked through. Anne-Marie mentioned around leaving this out of the budget. There was a thought some terms ago, may have been 3 terms ago, that government would not fund something that was already in a budget, because by way of auditing, by way of Queensland Treasury, if you've got something in the budget, it means you can fund it. It means you can fund it. So we removed it out of the budget because we said, well, we can't afford it. So it was taken out. Mind you, at the same time, there's priorities and priorities and priorities that come over that. Similar to our road network. You know, our road network is at a stage that needs significant investment in it, as opposed to a 1 in 8,000 year event. So from a community perspective, councillors have an obligation to do what's fair and reasonable for the community. And I believe council has done that over time, and we're now at a point in time where we're seeking external funding to take pressure off ratepayers fitting the bill, the total bill of this water safety project. Does that explain it, Reb?
Thanks for clarifying that. I think there's a lot of people watching who'd be interested in the reasons why, and you've explained it quite well, so thank you.
Thanks, Trevor. Councillor Edwina, and then I'll go to Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. On that funding, sourcing additional funding, do we have an update on that?
How about I give you an update in the mayoral report?
Perfect.
That might be the best spot for that one, because it's talking with quite a few there. Thanks.
And Jake, thank you for the update on insurance policies. It's really good to know, because I've, you know, the back of my mind and everyone's, but it is such a high risk project, and if something, God forbid, was to happen with that wall, and those people living downstream, they're all covered now. Yep. And again, this is probably maybe to take offline, but with the design, we're talking about looking at getting an indication on the expense of potentially raising the wall. Is there an update on that?
Thank you, Councillor Edwina, if I may, Mr Mayor. We have asked and requested some information go back through our owner's engineer to start to prepare. They are looking at water availability. There's a number of factors that need to be considered in raising a dam wall. One can build the biggest cup possible, but if there's no water to fill it, there's an issue, and we're working to try and understand what an appropriate response that balances those issues out and come back to council. It will be included as part of the business case that we've talked about, and so it's all sort of intertwined together with a number of other factors. But we are working through those factors to try and bring something back to council in a timely fashion.
Thanks, Jake.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Councillor Bill.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a comment, I guess, around the advocacy component of that funding that you've explained. I think therein is a critical message for all of us here and the state government and federal governments, and that is advocacy around priority projects. You know, money is money. You know, help us with dam safety as critical infrastructure, or the community has to wear 2, 3, 4 years setback on these other projects. There's no other way of viewing it. So, it would be nice to think that we could receive some funding around critical infrastructure, given the fact that it's important for people to have access to potable water supply through a reticulated network, and ensuring that that water security is long into the future. So I think that's just a comment. I think that's a real point that we need to really be singing unanimously from, and that is prioritisation of projects. Either help us with we're a growing region, help us with those projects, or help us with critical infrastructure and dam safety, so that it takes the heat off, so we can assist, because you've more than adequately explained what the setback will be for community across a number of other priority projects.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. Any more questions from the consolidated financials? If not, thank you, Jake. We'll see you back a little later on. Anne-Marie, if you'd like to continue on with the financial sustainability.
So, Councillors, attachment 5 is our sustainability statement. So, just a reminder, we have been providing this statement since September 2023 to councillors. So, we're one of the first councils in Queensland to be providing it. It is a requirement from the 30th of June this year to produce it. So it's still a work in progress, and the department have actually made some changes to the requirements in the last week or so, which are not included in the 31st of March. So the risk assessment table forecast for the period, that provides councillors with the results at a glance. So that first one, the council controlled revenue, so we've spoken about that one a bit. That really is our rates income, sitting at 78%, contextual, and it's not audited by the Queensland Audit Office. The population growth, again, contextual, 1.9%. This figure is actually provided by the state. So what this new framework does is every council in Queensland will report against the same framework, and it allows great comparability across all entities. If we look at the operating surplus, operating cash and unrestricted cash expense cover ratios, they're all tracking very well. That's the previous screen there, Kirsten. So they're all, and we would be anticipating this at the end of March when we've just levied rates. The challenges for Toowoomba Regional Council and every other council is really around the asset management ratios. So the asset sustainability ratio, so that lower ratio, that highlights the expenditure that we are spending on the upgrade of assets rather than renewals. The asset consumption ratio, so target greater than 60%, and we're tracking at 72.6. So that indicates we are meeting the requirements. So the requirements are that the depreciation expense, so that's the depreciation expense that's in the consolidated financial performance statement, actually covers the cost of replacing our assets. So it does cover the cost of replacing, but when we're continuing to upgrade or put in new assets, that's where the sustainability challenges come to play, and where we have to make sure we're managing that. The asset renewal funding ratio. So this ratio requires council to have robust asset management plans across all asset classes and link these plans to the long-term financial forecast. So we have reported before that this is a work in progress, but this must be completed before the 30th of June this year. The debt servicing, currently that is well within target, and we have set ourselves up well here to enable council to be able to incur additional debt for critical projects such as the dam safety project if required. And the second page just provides a bit of narrative around those ratios.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Any questions in regard to the ratios, councillors? only comment I'll make is that it's been a big effort from your team to bring this up to speed in time. So thank you for that. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Two questions, if I might. So I'm trying to remember back, but I feel like this is the first time that we've spoken about, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the Queensland Audit Office doesn't assess the asset renewal funding ratio or our population growth or our council controlled revenue. Okay. And my other question was, with the debt servicing, there's another little up arrow that says only assessed if council has debt. And it seems to me, do we know of any councils that don't have debt?
I believe Somerset, I know Somerset Council used to have debt, so there are quite a few councils that don't have debt.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Tim, question?
Chair, thanks. Thank you, Anne-Marie, for talking us through that. My question was also around the asset renewal funding ratio. So I am interested in that because every year our capital works has such a focus on renewal and upgrade rather than new. And so we should expect to see that. So hopefully in the new financial year.
So as we take you through the development of the 24-25 and the following 2 years, so the next 3 years capital works program, we'll give you the breakdown of what's renewal, upgrade, what's new. Obviously, LGIP projects are separated out as well, so councillors can clearly identify where the growth infrastructure is, what projects are relating to growth infrastructure. So we've got a few workshops planned over the coming months, and then we'll be reporting on those throughout the night going forward.
Yep.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. Any other questions, councillors? If not, the motion before us is that the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31 March 2024 be received. Moved by Councillor Duena, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? The motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, before we move on to item number 9, just to give ourselves a bit of a stretch, I'd like someone to, if you wouldn't mind moving, to adjourn for 10 minutes. Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? That motion's carried for 10 minutes, so we'll return back at 25 to 11. Okay, councillors, we'll resume the meeting and we move to item number 9, which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. And I'll hand directly over to Brian. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, before you have the report, there's 2 attachments to that, the Organisational Culture Improvement Initiatives Action Plan Tracker and the Employee Relations Report. Recommendation is to note those particular reports, but happy to answer any questions you may have in relation to those reports. We also have the Acting Executive Manager of PCE here to assist if you need any further detail that I can't provide.
Thank you, CEO Brian. So we'll deal with attachment 1 in the first instance, which is the Organisational Culture Improvements Initiatives Action Tracker, and then we'll deal with the second one. So attachment number 1, Kirsten is putting up on the screen there as we work through it. Councillors, is there any questions for either the CEO or indeed the Acting Manager of PCE at this point in time? If not, we'll move to the second attachment, which is Employee Relations Report. And again, councillors, that is available for you on Resolve, and the CEO is available now to answer any questions in regard to this particular item, which is attachment 2. Any questions in that regard? If not, councillors, there is a recommendation before us that the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. Have someone to move? Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. We then move, councillors, to the next item, which is item number 10, and leading on with Councillor Edwina's question in regard to advocacy, and Councillor Bill rightly pointed out some very important parts of advocacy around the dam safety upgrade, and that's been largely the focus of this council, I have to say, for the last 6 or 7 months. But obviously last week, the Deputy Mayor and myself launched, on behalf of councillors, our advocacy, our one item to both state and federal government at for the budget. And I have to say the conversations that instigated proved that it was well worthwhile to have a media message in regard to that. But if we work through the report, the first of which was advocacy, joining with Toowoomba Rat Basin Enterprise to Canberra. And during that time, I had the opportunity, as you can read there, to visit a number of ministers and the Speaker of the House and Deputy Opposition Leader as well. And clearly that visit was around inland rail and making sure that is still on the agenda. There's been some reasonable impact from that visit, in fact, that's come through a variety of conversations or comments that have come from whether it's ministers or indeed the Inland Rail Pty Ltd CEO to suggest words something to the effect of he's not sure what all the fuss is about, this is still moving ahead and going forward. What we need as a community, and the message from the delegation, was around certainty. Certainty for our community who, as we all very well know, in the floodplains have great concerns about the impact of inland rail, but certainly then on the other side of investment into our region, significant investment already into our region, and particularly from ARTC and private investment, not only that started to invest but also in the wings waiting for investment, and giving certainty was the clear message from that delegation. And there has, as I've said, there's been some conversation since that. One area that would be of great interest to councillors, if you're asked around this question, is that by getting the inland rail built to Gowrie to take in the Wellcamp Airport and Interlink SQ, it will achieve 90% of the overall project intent of Melbourne to Brisbane. 90%. It'll connect into the Toowoomba Bypass, $1.6 billion project, and there's one set of traffic lights between Gowrie and the Port of Brisbane. And so that's the messaging that has been used for the government. And obviously when you get down a tunnel, first of all, and get down into the valley and get into Brisbane, there is a lot of complexity and pushback in regard to that. The conversation then continued with Bart Mellish, the Transport Minister, and particularly getting some surety around the release of the Fast Rail Feasibility Report. It was funded by the federal government for the Toowoomba to Brisbane Fast Rail, and also the public transport in our region and support for there. And you can see from the report that the Minister is simply waiting for the federal government to approve release of not only the Fast Rail but also the report to Gladstone for the Inland Rail as well. So that would be imminent. In fact, I believe in the next couple of weeks I'll be meeting with the Minister as well. So hopefully we'll get some clarity around that. There is, of course, and it was mentioned in the meeting, the option to not particularly wait, which has been the call from government, wait for the Inland Rail and therefore the tunnel to be built, which is a major expense of the project, but indeed to look at almost back to the future, but a coordinated bus rail service which could actually commence as of today with the network that's there. And so the Minister was quite keen on taking that forward as well as talking through opportunities that he felt and his department felt would be advantageous for our region in regard to increasing the investment into public transport into our region. And one of the areas that was raised by the Minister and the advisors was around a public transport levy, which is not the first time that's been mentioned in this council, and councillors will have the opportunity over the next few weeks to again prosecute that idea. So it was a very good conversation with the Minister, I have to say, and since then, and some advocacy around the Bremer Bridge. There was an announcement last week around works, albeit that it may be seen or suggested that it's temporary, but obviously to get our produce, particularly grain and other, out to port, the Bremer Bridge is a critical piece of infrastructure. State and federal budget submissions, I mentioned that. Advocacy then last week to Brisbane, and I guess this is where I can answer your question, if you like, Councillor Edwina, in regard to how is the advocacy going. I would say that, like all things, we'd like to have announcements, cheques signed, money delivered. That's not going to happen that quickly. We're obviously, and you heard from the Acting General Manager before, around a business case, which personally absolutely confuses me why we would need a business case for a project that's mandated by the state government. We know the number, we know when it needs to be delivered. That said, we need to do it, and we know that. We've fast-tracked a business case that would normally take 3 years into a compressed 6 months period because of the work that our department has been doing over the last 3 years in regard to this. So we've got a lot of that work done, but you heard from the Acting General Manager, Jake Passia, before around timelines which were anticipated to be in June of this year, the business case to go in. That misses the budgets for state and federal budget. The argument that has been put forward, and it's got good grounds to be put forward, is that business cases don't seem to be the number one priority for announcements around large infrastructure for other announcements that governments make. So we continue to press that case. One very good piece of feedback came from the Water Department themselves in regard to the fact that if there is nothing in the state budget, don't think that the government's not listening. It simply means that at their budget considerations, which they have at a fortnightly basis, that this is the sort of major project that will have consideration at checkpoints all the way through that period. Obviously, an election leading into October, the federal election early next year, there's those things that are at play. Our advocacy is at a point where we can communicate openly with both levels of government. The funding grant that we've got in at the moment for Disaster Ready is a federal government grant. Queensland Reconstruction Authority submit grants to the federal government, and announcements are anticipated to be in June as to whether we're successful for a $20 million Disaster Ready grant. And the Director General for the Department of State Development, Graham Frayne, I've mentioned in there, was very appreciative of the visit last week to explain to him where we're at with the process. He's a former water advisor as well, so he's well and truly over the project. So the federal funding, we're waiting for June. $20 million needs to be matched by ourselves, and that is particularly for a part of the project of the spillway opening. It's a particular part of that project which it needed to be. So there's complexities around this, but overarching all of this, there needs to be, and there is, I understand there is, a realisation, both state and federal government, that council, A, shouldn't be building this on their own. It's around water for community. It is a community obligation from state particularly. And secondly, it just does not make any sense at all for a local government to fit a bill of $270 million, which effectively is around water security for areas outside of our region and for ourselves. So that conversation has all been maturing over the last probably 6 months, I'd suggest, and particularly ramped up over the last 3 or 4 months. So I've there's no money coming rushing into local government at the moment for us, but certainly there's no doors being slammed either. There is a realisation that this is a big impost for us and mandated by another level of government. So we just keep doing what we're doing, and the advocacy has been strong, and we're being listened to, which is a good point. Does that answer your question in regard? Okay, the last item is the Darling Downs South West Council of Mayors. There's some information in there, particularly for new councillors, to explain what that is. The date that's featured there for Warwick, May 16 and May 17, is subject to change because the local government of Queensland, the department, is doing training for some of our western councils, and it's at that same time. So that may actually change to early June. But you'll be notified at that time, and councillors are invited to attend those as well. Councillor Kerry, you had your hand up.
That was the point of my proposed question, where councillors invited. It refers to being a meeting of mayors, but councillors are welcome. I certainly I've only been to one. That was at St George last year, and I found it very worthwhile to go for me to gain a better impression of what are the concerns and needs of all of our South Queensland councils that are covered by that meeting.
I think, Kerry, and invitations will be sent out to councillors as well. This one will be in Warwick. Councillor Bill?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just under the advocacy for the Inland Rail, I note the comments there about the delegation impressed upon government and opposition representatives that estimate was that building Inland Rail to Gary Junction would achieve 90% in the overall project. Once Inland Rail gets to Gary Junction, freight tasks can continue by road, rail, air through to Toowoomba Trade Gateway. Am I reading that right? We obviously know that the tunnel is the most expensive component of the whole project. But would I be correct in assuming that there'd need to be a rethink on how we mix heavies and commuter transport from Toowoomba through to Brisbane? There'd have to be I would think there would have to be a total rethink on corridors because of the quantum of freight that would be being dispatched from here, from Toowoomba Tradeway, through to the eastern neighbours. So was there any consideration around that from the delegation, or is there any discussion that you're aware of?
Certainly there has been discussions in passing, and I think even at some public forums around a Warrego highway upgrade and potentially a dedicated lane for heavies, but that's certainly well off the radar at the moment. That has been spoken about in dispatches, and potentially that would be the case. What the delegation was simply saying is get the thing to our area. Let's not delay because of what's happening to our east. Get it to ours, even if it heads to Gladstone or stays there for a period of time. But ultimately, what can be achieved is some 90% which brings a return then to the infrastructure. And at the end of the day, this is around productivity for our nation. If we want to do what the Prime Minister announced last week around Made in Australia, we need productivity to be a lot higher than what it is to be competitive internationally.
Yeah, I mean, thinking ahead, a bit of a cost-benefit analysis around whether we dedicate a corridor because there's going to be a quantum of freight that that rail can carry over and above transport, and it hits here. So we think about, well, how does that effectively, and this is just as political as anything, because it goes through a lot of electorates, that heavy transport, to get to the Port of Brisbane. So we need to be able to think ahead and say, well, you know, cost of building the tunnel versus a corridor upgrade to the corridor, the transport corridor now, road corridor, that needs to be on the agenda. You know, I agree. It needs to go ahead, but you know, unless they're serious about doing a comparison around that, it might end up being a hold-up. I don't know.
Yeah, no, this is advocacy around our region, getting the thing to here. After here, then it will be for other jurisdictions to actually talk through as well. So today wasn't about trying to find a solution for inland rail. It was
just
about
picked
advocacy.
up on that. I just think that we won't be. I don't think we can be standalone on that discussion. Well, we can't be. We'd have to be part of that discussion as well, because it'll have to come.
I don't think anyone would disagree there. I think it's more of a whole national perspective, to be honest. Councillor Melissa, then Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, I just want to say thank you for your advocacy. Your report has been extensive, and to see the extent of advocacy that has taken place, particularly this year and the beginning of this term, has been very good. So thank you very much for that. Two questions, if I may. It says in the report, the challenge for the investment community is the project's lack of urgency, and of that I concur. This is not just a local or state project, it's of national significance. What more can we as a council and or investment community and or community in general do to further drive this project?
That was a very good question. It was the very same question that was asked to the Speaker of the House, in fact, when we were in Canberra. And the Speaker suggested that we need to advocate more, right? We need to advocate more, keeping in mind that we've got some communities that actually are concerned about this as well. So we need to advocate for the EIS particularly to be done. Now that was to be done by the end of January this year. The Minister and her advisor suggested that the earliest that would be mid next year. So, you know, it was another 18 months after when it was expected. That creates uncertainty in community, but definitely from an investment perspective. Right. So the suggestion was that if there are projects that are waiting or ground is being turned and they're specifically focused on inland rail happening, invite the Minister up. Invite them up to actually do the sod turn, so that they're engaged and they know how important this is. So that was taken on board from the delegation, and that's something that is certainly being explored.
Excellent, thank you. And my second question was about Minister King. Did Minister King extend an explanation as to why the EIS has been delayed so significantly? Because that is crucial to the to this project.
Yeah, no, there was no specific answer given as to why it was delayed, other than there is a rearrangement of priorities for the government to receive some financial gain for the project as it moves forward. So to get to Parks, they see that there is a return on their investment to get to there. So the case then needs to be built from there, get into Queensland and where we are. So their timing around, and we'll know, we've had sessions in here around EIS and concerns about koala habitats and what's going first, the chicken or the egg or the cart and the horse. So now they're putting the EIS first. I think we applaud that, let's do it. But the delay is where we were concerned, and we still are. As a community, we should be. So that was the only answer. We've extended an invitation to the Minister and also for Inland Rail, PTO Ltd, to present, to actually be here. And that was put forward to the Speaker of the House as an idea, and he suggested we'll make sure there's something to cut a ribbon or to dig some soil or something at the same time. So certainly the delegation took that on board as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thanks for the advocacy, but I think Councillor Will makes a really good point. Inland rail isn't just about productivity. Australian farmers and agriculture is quite good. It's about the cost of getting the product to market. And at the moment, it costs 70% inside this country, even if it goes to Alaska. So that's one of the main problems. The other the issue that Councillor Bill brought up is a very good one. When you're thinking about the cost of the tunnel, it needs to be thought of in the context of what not having a tunnel and taking it to the port is going to bring as far as road needs and others are concerned. The other thing is that the freight task is tipped to increase by 30% in the next 20 years, and that is going to be flogging our roads, state-controlled roads and federal roads as well. So it's not just we need, I believe, all councils along the route need to be joining with AgForce, cotton growers and others to put forward those cases, because it's not as simple as productivity. Our farmers are some of the most efficient in the world, and they're not paid to grow like they are in the EU and store it or put it away. So we need to be actually on the front foot, I believe, in advocating for inland rail. It's not going to take away trucks. It's just that trucks will not be able to cope with the increased demand that's going to come forward, and that was the whole idea of it. So the economics of it need to be considered, as Councillor Bill has said, on what the alternative will be and what will need to be done in the infrastructure space should there not be a tunnel to the port and rail straight to the port. It's happening now as trucks get bigger and others. So I just want to point out that I support Councillor Bill. I think we need as a council to be on the front foot and joining with our agricultural areas and other councils like Moree and Narrabri and those places down there to actually put that forward to the federal government, because it has been put forward in the past, seems to have slipped off the radar. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Edwina and then Councillor Trevor. Your question? Councillor Trevor.
Was there any, when you were speaking with all these ministers down there, are they still looking at the floodplain? Because that is a huge issue for me and a lot of farmers out there, because water doesn't follow signs. Water will make its own way, as we all well and truly know. Are they still looking at alternate routes, or is the route that's in place now the route that's going to take?
The environmental impact study will certainly cover off on a lot of what you're talking about there. So that will be part of the hydrological work and what have you that's being done as well. But we didn't get into the detail of that at that point. That wasn't
I certainly hope that when they do their reports, they look at it seriously, because we all know what water can do.
Okay. Councillor Gardner.
Yeah, just as a touch of reality, I think Mainland Rail's 20 years away, like we're part of a consortium do, and all design has stopped years ago. They're not engaging with anyone, so I think we're talking about stuff that's probably not going to be in our lifetime, tell you the truth. And same as fast rail from Brisbane, like I think when they do that fast rail, it'll stop at Ditchwedge first, and then it'll go to, they don't just put in a, it'll be not in our lifetime, and we're probably spending a lot of time on nothing, to tell you the truth.
Thanks, Councillor Gary. Thank you very much. I guess our responsibility is not just for the here and now, it's also for the 10, 20, 50, 100 years' time. So we need to keep an eye on the long term as well as the immediate, and I appreciate your input there as well. Councillor, is there any more questions in regard to the report? If not, the motion is that the report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move then to officers' reports, and appreciate that we have a number of officers in the room, and thank you very much for your attendance here today, and patience, as we've said, patience and kindness today are the two critical things. And in that being said, Kirsten, you're up to speed. You're right to go. Okay. Well, let's move to the next item, which is 11.1. 11.1 is the sponsorship request, the Chronicle Garden Competition 2024. Acknowledge the presence of the GM Nick, Manager Paul, and Coordinator Kate. And Kate, you're the author of this report. So you're happy to speak first, Paul? Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. The purpose of this report is to consider an outbound sponsorship to Queensland Newspapers Proprietary Limited towards the Toowoomba Chronicle Garden Competition for the 2024 year. The Toowoomba Chronicle Garden Competition is a founding event of the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers and provides a unique point of difference from a horticultural focused celebration in Australia. There is some information outlined in the executive summary with a bit of a historical table around the quantum of entrance by city or by region, as well as visitation, and some historical analysis around the level of financial support requested and both provided by council. The request this year is for $72,220 by Queensland Newspapers. It's the view of officers that full sponsorship request is not considered to provide value for money or adequate recognition of the significant support council provides to this event. Accordingly, the recommendation is based on the best value of council's financial support and historical levels of financial support. This report, councillors, also does cover off on the previous request of council from January this year in relation to investigation of opportunities to provide some sort of, be it financial or full or partial offset of water consumption costs. So that's outlined in the report for you as well. The recommendation is before you, and Kate and myself are happy to take any questions you may have.
Thanks very much, Paul. Appreciate that. We've got a question from Councillor Tim, Councillor James, Councillor Rebecca.
Chair, thank you. Good morning, team. Through you, Chair. Thanks, guys, for this report. I'd really like us to have a greater look at this. So can I just play the picture out of being in that portfolio for 4 years, in September, out on the ground visiting gardens every year, and they all say the same thing, that this isn't working, having council and the Chronicle running different facets and trying to work together, right? And we have all our gear in one book, but then there's the other book with the competition gardens, and we get it, the people who are involved get it, but the average busload from Brisbane doesn't get it, right? So now they're asking us for 72K, and we're saying we'll give you 51K of our budget to go to you to run the Carnival Garden Competition so that we can work with you and you guys can sell your papers to make money on that. Can't we just do it ourselves? And I'd really like us to look at that just for a practice of streamlining policy, streamlining the way we do it, combine the books, because you can't get it, and work with groups like on bus times that the competition gardens may not be open the same time as this show that council runs, and that whole synergy of working together. So have we got, for a question, the resources, I'm talking manpower, to run the garden competition ourselves, and is that a possibility, rather than giving money of our stretch budget to them to run it, to sell books to make a profit?
Councillor Tim, would you like to take that question at this point, or is it something that you'd like to perhaps consider further? Councillor Kate. No, Councillor Kate. Kate, sorry.
Don't do that to me, please, Mayor. It's a very complicated history that we've got. So the garden competition, the IP around that is owned by Queensland Newspapers, which is a News Limited subsidiary. So while we've got to respect that they own and operate that for the last 75 years this year, it is a foundation event of Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers, and it is a unique aspect of that. So it's something that not everyone that attends Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers wants to see, but it is a nice add to. We wouldn't like to see it go away anytime soon. It does actually give a unique point to our marketing that we do for a specific garden city aspect, which we are. Can we run it ourselves? Does council want to run a competition? There's a lot of questions and risk around that. Should we be in that place? With enough resourcing, we can do whatever we want to do, I suppose you could say. So yes, with the right resourcing, we can run a competition, but should council and ratepayers be running a competition and the risks around that? Is there better models that should be looked at, going forward to be able to showcase the private gardens within this region? I think those questions definitely can be looked at.
Councillor Tim, a follow-up?
Yeah, thanks for that, Kate. And I think the risk to us is a great point. Can I just backtrack? When you say they own the competition and have. So just hypothetical, and if anyone to the Chronicles listening, I'm just throwing ideas up here. We stop funding that, we create our own competition, own that name, call it something different. And is that a possibility? Like when we say we're bound to the historic ownership of this particular competition, does it have to be down that path? Can we go another path, which is a similar thing under a different name that we own? Is that a hypothetical alternative here?
Absolutely, that's an option. Absolutely. If that was the best way and the risks were all assessed and, the community support was around that and the budget was around that and the resourcing around that, it is an option.
Final question, Chair. Thank you for your answers.
You're right.
Kate, so the risk to us to run a competition, are they different to the risks to us to give ratepayer budget to someone else to run a competition? Are there heightened risks or are they the same?
Definitely different risks. Us taking on the actual event ourselves and the insurances around providing that direct marketing to, say, come to our event and go into people's private backyards and how that sits definitely has a different lens on it when you look at local government than it does in the commercial enterprises.
Thanks very much for your answer. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Councillor James and Councillor Rebecca, then Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. It's an interesting one. I understand where Councillor Tim's probably coming with this one, but there's also probably I think, Mayor, you mentioned it earlier around obviously the community element of this event, and to respect obviously that the Chronicle has run and owned this part of the competition for 74 years, going on 75, and I suppose at the end of the day, I mean, it's their competition. If they want to run it in January or June or whatever they're entitled to, not suggesting that they probably would. So I think it's about, and I'd like to say, I think, Kate, your work, if you haven't seen it in the last however many years to try and smooth this process, deserves great admiration, because I think the addition of where council's been able to come on board and provide that garden liaison has been a massive difference, because it gave gardeners, competition potential entrants a direct point of contact, and Mr. Mike Wells has done a great job with that. And if you go to any of the events, you can see the respect that he sort of holds with everyone around that. So it's about finding obviously the best way that we can work with them, because there's a reputational risk to council as well, because again, the general public doesn't completely understand or see who runs what part of it. So there is some, I respect there's some complications around it. I think probably a comment and a question I've got. The comment that I'd make is that one of the great additions that I saw listed in the obligations is, I think it's in the obligations, it's point 8, around including details, including physical addresses of the Grand Champions and Reserve Grand Champion gardens for the city and regional classes to be displayed on the Toowoomba Carnival Flowers website, which is a new addition and a really... No, it's not? Okay, we'll forget about that. Because obviously, but that, well, all right. Well, that's one of the key, we know that, because I understand that the Chronicle have their position around those addresses for people to know where they are and what they can see and access to them. And if you've ever been in the info hubs, that's the number one issue that people tend to have, is having to pay for something to go and find addresses to see that. So I'd read that as meaning that was changing. So that's not changing? Right, okay. It'd be nice if it did.
That has been an inclusion for a number of years now, and that's purely because a lot of people were very confused about what to do and where to do it. So we've had that benefit in there for a few years now.
It's just the, okay, yeah, right. So it's just the Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion that will be listed for everybody to know where they are.
For both the residential city and the regional.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, that, again, not having ownership of the event, I suppose, is only so much we can do in that regard, but that is certainly one of them. But my question that I wanted to understand was around, as we said in January, one of the big things we talked about was, and going around at the gardens, and I know it was a hot time last year, was around water consumption. So I know a lot of work sort of gone into that. Can you just step me through that, explain to me sort of that scenario and what you've sort of unfolded in that report, just in regards to around some form of concession, or was there something else that we could sort of add? Because I know there's there's implications around what local governments can and can't do, but I mean, whilst it's the Chronicles competition and the reputational risk to it, this was one area that we could potentially leverage off. Can you just step me through that and where we've sort of landed in regards to that? Because a lot of work I know has gone into that aspect of it.
So we did do assessment across 46 addresses that have been part of the Chronicle Garden competition over the last 3 years. That actually included the 2020 year when they did not run a competition. So we've got sort of a baseline point of what household water usage could look like in a non-event year. So we actually did review of that. It came through that there are actually 6 of those addresses not attached to council water sources, and that is something that we find across, especially when you get regional entries, a number of those are not connected to council water sources. But we did the analysis and it came out that half are actually in line with the 200 litres a day current mandate that council has for the water usage. And we did that looking at, so the maximum water usage on one property was $2,594 for the annual year. That includes the actual usage, the water usage. There's not a number of variables. We don't know how many people live in that house. We didn't take into consideration the size of the houses as well. We just took the address and what that was actually looking at just at that face value. So we, without spending 6 months going into a lot of detail, we were able to get this data out that we're quite comfortable gives us a good understanding of the usage of water across a sample size of those 46. That included people that had won a lot of garden, competition categories in the Grand Champions. So we were really able to know that we were having a good cross-section of those people that had entered, both city and regional as well. This is the data that was found. This is what we've been able to achieve so far with looking into that.
Just following that, because I think that's the interesting part around it, because I think, for all of us who went around to those different gardens, I suppose there was a lot of talk around that. But I suppose it's not only just, I guess, the usage of water, and these stats sort of show that. I suppose it's sort of a recognition of the efforts of what they've, of what they're providing for us. And that's sort of what I think with this sponsorship request, and we know Council Tim's pointed out obviously the intricacies and differences around obviously who runs it and who owns it and the reputational risks and where it lies. Our role, I suppose, is to support it the best way that we can so we get the best outcome for community. So, I mean, I think that was probably a big part around, obviously, around what's at with water usage. So I'll probably leave that as where it sits. But can I ask, with that, what does it mean then by on the other listed obligations? It was X or 10 was allowed the distribution of Toowoomba Regional Council waterwise checklists and concession application forms to entrance for completion and submission. So what's that mean?
Over the last 10 years, we've actually negotiated with Water and Waste team to be able to provide the entrants with additional hours of watering under the levels of consumption and restriction that we've got at that time. So in the last couple of years, it's been an extra 2 hours that they have to be able to water. So that allows them to water early if they want to avoid the frosts and things like that. So we've been able to allow them to navigate their watering schemes to best suit their plantings.
Yeah, okay.
It's purely hour-based, it's not dollar-based.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And I think that's just highlighting probably a couple of different ways that we're obviously trying to lean in and support it in different ways. And I mean, I've no further comment or question, and I'm sure there's other questions, but I'm comfortable with the recommendation as it sits, and at appropriate time I'd be happy to move.
Okay, thanks, Councillor James. We've got a couple more questions. Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. I'd like to talk about or ask some questions about 2 areas. The first is the finances. And Kate, you'll have to be patient with me because I'm still getting used to not being able to highlight. Brian. Page 1, the report says that Queensland newspapers have advised that they are no longer able to support TCGC to the same extent as they have in previous years. I just need a little bit more information. So did we get information from Queensland newspapers about why they're no longer able to financially support as they have previously?
That's around staffing and resources. There used to be up to, I think when I first started, about 3 or 4 marketing team based here in Toowoomba. They currently don't have any marketing team based here in Toowoomba. So the actual marketing team run this competition. And so that's now having to be outsourced through other avenues.
Okay. And the report doesn't discuss it, And maybe that's something that we actually do have to move into confidential if we have the information to discuss, because I do think it's highly relevant. Do we actually know how much the Chronicle is contributing?
The sponsorship request that they sent through is actually not a very detailed budget. We do have their marketing dollars and things like that they spend across the entire breadth of their marketing. So I think we'd have to go back and find out some more detailed information exactly on the hard dollars spent here in Toowoomba.
Okay, thank you. Because the question then that stems from that is, at what point does, if we don't know how much they're chipping in, but they know how much we're being asked to chip in, at what point does it stop becoming the carnival, the Chronicle Garden competition, and start by default becoming our council garden competition? So I do think that that is a really critical piece of information. And maybe we're not in a position to make a decision today until we do know that piece of information. And then the question then that stems from that is, we've been asked for the $72,220, and the recommendation is for $51,220. Do we have an idea from the Chronicle of what the break-even point is, and at what point of funding, or at what level of funding from council this event would not happen?
I think at this stage we've got other sponsors that are still being coming on board for this event, so it's not clear on what dollar values are coming in to support this event at this stage overall. We do have a slight indication of, you know, what the break even would be, but we don't know how they're going with that at the moment to see where they've met that.
Okay, is that, yeah, so you do have an indication. Are you prepared to say that amount to us?
Not publicly, no.
Okay.
It's not my information to provide.
It might be something there that we'll see how all the questions go, but it might be something that we move into confidential to discuss. And then the other sort of, I'll leave that for the time being, because I suspect there's going to be some more questions and lines of inquiry about that. But my second point is in regards to the water, and page 8 of the report talks about, as you were mentioning after Councillor O'Shea's questions, Kate, about that there's some nuance with it, and I think the wording was that there was no discernible, that there's no discernible difference basically between gardens and non-gardens. But when I look at the table that is on page 1 of the report, and it talks about the numbers of entrants across city and region going back to 2016, ignoring 2020 because of COVID. But we have seen a decline in the number of entrants, and I wonder if, and I'd be comfortable, but if we were at this point, to discuss a full waiver of the annual infrastructure charge, which I think comes to, in the report it talks about $13,000, and it's a show of goodwill to the gardeners, because the numbers are diminishing, and we've heard from them loud and clear that this is a pain point for them. So I'd be curious to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that. But before we get to the conversation about water, I think we have to resolve the conversation about the carnival, the competition in and of itself, and the finances of it. And I personally am not satisfied that I have enough information to make that decision, because we don't know how much the Chronicle's chipping in, and we don't know at what point there's a break-even number. So, thanks, Mayor.
We'll park that for the time being, and we may go into confidential, which is no problems. And Kate, you might be able to, if we need to defer this till later on in the program for you to gather information, we can do that and put it in confidential near the end of the day. We're more than happy to adjust the agenda for that. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And following on from my colleagues, I too have had some concerns about this for a long time, and that's not to doubt the local people here at the Chronicle. I mean, they've got ongoing passion for the competition. Our competition gardeners, I believe, are the lifeblood of Carnival and have been for 175 years. So the sliding recognition of gardeners, and I can remember, I've been going to gardens for over 20 years, and I can remember at the time when they used to get weekends away, multiple weekends away as prizes, and a week in Singapore, and because they used to use the advertisers and they'd get free weekends from them when there was print media, and now there is virtually no recognition. So that in itself is probably one of the reasons why we have fewer gardeners as well. There were really very good prizes available to gardeners. I just, I think I really worry about the future of this because it's now owned by the rights and are owned by a large corporate in News Limited. And it's very different to when it was owned by the local paper, the Chronicle. I don't know. I too would like to defer a decision on this. I think a partnership with News Limited as we've had, but each year there's more money being asked for, and each year when you go to the gardeners they feel they're less valued. And whilst water is a consideration, it's not the main consideration that I've been spoken to about. So I think probably we might need to have a total look at this, and there's no strategy in my view, I haven't seen one from News Limited, and that's who owns it, to actually to continue this competition into the future. And I believe it's only the locals' passion and hard work and going way above what their day job is to keep this going. And I know Kate's team helps as well. So I think there's a lot of things to discuss here. And I'm not just so worried about what we're being asked for here. I'm actually worried about the future of this. And that's in many areas I do support Councillor Tim's comments around that. So I'll just wait and see what happens. But I really can say that it was up 10 years ago, the prizes that were given to our gardeners from the Chronicle, News Limited, whatever it was, were really worthwhile prizes, and they appreciated them very much. Whereas now there's very little, they get a ribbon and something else, and it's not much. And at the end of the day, I think that's also got a reason why we're dropping in numbers. So thank you. I'll wait and see what happens. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Trevor.
Councillor Rebecca did steal my question regarding what is the Chronicle actually putting into it. We need a budget of what they're up to, what they're asking us to put into, and other stakeholders in the whole equation. I think once we get that, we'll have a lot more clarity. Water, I'd probably endorse Councillor Rebecca's with providing them with water, because without water, they don't grow, and the carnival or the garden competition is a big part of it. But a hypothetical, how long is the Chronicle going to be with us? It's an exorbitant price now. As time goes on, as the population changes, it's all going online. What are they going to print eventually? Nothing. It's all going to be online. So just leave that thought there.
I'll take that as a comment, Councillor Trevor, more than anything else. Councillor Kerry, question?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Just a couple of matters. Just first of all, could I support Councillor Rebecca's remarks about the inability to highlight, and hopefully the CEO will be able to resolve that matter in the near future. Secondly, Kate, could I congratulate you for what you have done, and your team, and particularly make reference to the 75-year launch of the campaign recently. And I must say, and I had the opportunity to test it to a greater degree than others, the quality of the cake that was supplied, and it was probably inappropriate to give an ad to the cake maker, but that might be something in your area later on. My real question, though, is that looking at page 12 of the report, on the second paragraph, it refers to the fact that the standalone event indicated that it has a $94,439 impact on Toowoomba Region's economy. Two things there. One is, how is that calculated to be so precise a figure? And secondly, when we are putting in a sponsorship of over 50,000 to get a return to the whole region's economy of less than twice that, is any comments about that?
Toowoomba Regional Council has a portal where we can actually go in and plug figures into for events. So it looks at how much the event participant has to pay to participate in that event. And for last year, it was $2.80 to buy the paper to do that. So it's a very low cost-based participation event. It's also sees a very strong day visitor market coming to look at the gardens. We do have, a few stalwarts that come for a few days and stay overnight, but they usually stay with relatives. They're not a high-value traveller. They're not staying, in, our higher-end motels. They're not going out to the high-end restaurants. So we find that event indication is probably on par with what we expect it to be, around that $100,000 of impact that it puts back in. What we've got to take into account is the base modelling doesn't look at the actual what extra the gardeners put into their own personal assets to make it competition worthy. Would they still have those gorgeous garden beds regardless every springtime because they love their garden? Majority would, but the extra effort that they go and pay for their gardens, is that $500, is that $5,000? That modelling doesn't look at that side of the event.
I think certainly I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't support it, and I think that just from my observation, my own feeling about it, and what people have said to me over the years about it, that's an integral part of the success of the carnival myself.
Thanks, Councillor Sean. Councillor Bill and Councillor Tim.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a quick question through you to Kate. Kate, is this time sensitive, this decision? Otherwise, why wouldn't we let it lie over till the next meeting and we have that information about the Chronicles investment?
Out of respect for Mike Wells, he's currently working for free, doing a lot out there for the competition and supporting it without knowing who's going to be paying him for the work that he's doing. That's the most time-sensitive aspect we've got at the moment of this. And the Chronicle going out and putting Council's logo on as a sponsor, they're doing that as historically we have been a sponsor. So they're the two time-sensitive things that we're looking at.
Yeah, but in the absence of that information, I mean, we can talk ad nauseum here this morning, but that information I would see as critical to making a decision. So, if we can't get that later on today, then I would flag that we just defer this.
There's a couple of options available for us at the moment, so we'll go for some questions here, Councillor Tim, and then Councillor Gary.
Look, Chair, thank you for that coming to me, and I appreciate Councillor Bill's concern. I'd actually, with this new system, tried to submit alternate motion. It didn't work. I've logged it with IT, so I've emailed it to Council Business, and I appreciate that Councillor James has already moved this one, but colleagues, I'd like to foreshadow an alternate motion, and it's basically the same. Happy to let it go for this year, concerning it's mid-April, but after that a report be tabled at a future meeting of council after the 2024 Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers concerning their ongoing financial sponsorship and gardener support in the Toowoomba Chronicle Garden Competition. That the report include the financial obligations of the Toowoomba Chronicle concerning the Toowoomba Chronicle Garden Competition, the options concerning council running the Toowoomba Garden Competition post 2024, and options for rebate in the form of help with water, and that report be tabled at some point after this year's Carnival of Flowers. So I appreciate that the original motion has already been moved, but this is what I would like to foreshadow. I personally, Chair, if I'm not speaking to it yet, but my reason for it is that I think we're mid-April for a September start here, and that we need to move, as Kate has said, concerning this year. But I'd really like us to sit down and have a proper look at the future of this post this year's event, and that we let it go for this year and then sit down and have a look at a future meeting with a report. So I know, Chair, that we've already got a motion on the books, but that's my alternate. Thank you.
We've got someone who's moved. We haven't got a seconder of that, but I just want to go to give Councillor Gardner an opportunity to ask a question or make a comment, and then we'll deal with the first one. If we have a seconder, then we'll deal with that. If we don't, then we'll have a look at this alternate.
I agree with Tim. I think it's too late to change, and I think by asking the Chronicle what they're contributing, you're just going to get 30 pages of advertising at X dollars and here's $100,000. You're not going to get the detail you're looking for.
So, councillors, therefore, Councillor James, you moved the original motion. Councillor Tim, you're happy to flag an amended motion. Well, it's actually going to be a new motion because there's a new element to this, so it would be a new motion if this first one is lost. You're happy to move?
Well, can I just ask a question on the proposed foreshadowed motion, or just raise a
You can ask a question, yeah.
point around that? I think
you might drop off your motion. Yeah.
Well, that's so, Councillor Tim, you're basically suggesting, obviously, that we accept the officer's recommendation and add that.
Correct.
Is that right? Is that right?
Accepting everything that's asked, so we're talking 51K
Yeah, and then
to
add
the garden
that.
competition for this year. Prior to September, when everything's quiet, we sit down and we have a good solid look at this concerning 2025 and future.
I can support that, but the only thing I want to ask through the officers is essentially, at the end of the event, we do a review regardless, correct? So what we're sort of adding in here, I know we're adding some specifics, which might be important because of the key things that have been raised here, but I mean, essentially, the whole thing's reviewed, because I just think we need to be careful around having things like that in it around the options of council running it post 2024. And, I mean, everything's on the table, but it's probably got to be around just, the future of the event or something like that. But I mean, we do a review of every aspect of it post the event regardless, correct? Which would take in a lot of these different elements, correct?
We do. We don't ask the Chronicle if they have a 5-year, 10-year plan for it though, and what financial responsibilities they've got going forward for it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's their event. They're asking us for sponsorship. Like, is it our role to tell them how to run it? Maybe it is, I don't know, but you know what I mean? We're getting into sort of some murky waters. I'd be happy to move the original recommendation. I'm happy to work. I do understand what some of my colleagues are trying to achieve with this, and I do support elements of it, but I think we need to be careful around the wording of it, is my opinion.
Get a comment from the GM, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Melissa, if that's all right.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. I think the intent of the new addition to that recommendation gives much stronger direction from council that it's open to exploring the options around the carnival flowers. You're correct, Councillor James, we do a review. Typically it's around the value and the things that work well and things that didn't work well, and making minor tweaks. This gives a fairly strong indication and direction of a preparedness and desire to look at shifting the dial on this a little bit more significantly.
So does that give you comfort about it being in there?
Yeah, 100%. And just to be clear, I suppose, I didn't move. I gave an indication that I was prepared to. Councillor Tim has put this forward. So, I mean, there's no motion on the table. So, I mean, if this is it, I'm happy to second it, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll go to Councillor Melissa, and Bailey has got to his feet, so he may be able to do some thinking with Kate at the same time. Councillor Melissa?
Thanks, Chair. I do agree with the sentiments around the table that we do need to look at this in depth. I just don't know if this motion, with all due respect, Councillor Tim, is really the right wording in my view. I'm happy to support a motion as per the recommendation, but flagging that we have an information session to discuss, or a briefing to discuss this further after. I just don't know if we need those words in a motion, because as Councillor James has said, it is their competition. And if we are following our sponsorship policy, then we actually do have a review after an event. And that gives us as council the opportunity to then discuss the ins and outs going forward. So that's my opinion. with that. I just don't know if I can support it, this motion, even though I agree with the sentiment, Councillor Tim, I just don't know if I can support it in that form.
No, that's okay. Now, I know that we're working around here to try and get to a resolution, and we're very close by the sounds of it, which I'm happy to continue to try and nail it at this point rather than hold it over. Councillor Bill?
Chair, we probably should vote on the staff's recommendation, and if we get to this one, then we talk about how we might finesse it.
Yeah, no, totally agree that the issue is that the mover of the initial motion wanted a question on it, Councillor Bill, and that may well have strengthened him to support this other part. So and we didn't have a seconder, so I'm happy to. Bailey, have you got concerns about this wording? If Councillor James wants to.
Good morning, councillors. Probably a couple of comments. So in the report 11.1, on my documents, page 62, it outlines what the Chronicle's contributing. I think you'll just get a number that matches the sponsorship or above in that. Okay, so technically, so it's I don't know how it's numbered on yours, but page 62 of 288. It's the report. So if you flow to item 11.1, it would be page 3. It talks about Queensland newspapers' obligations. So it sets that out. What you're asking is to put a number beside that. Generally, they'll have a number. People don't do things for a loss, so they'll put a number that's positive. My only other comment generally is that we do have a lot of sponsorships come through. You're talking about one. We review all sponsorships generally. Are you setting yourself a new standard to ask for break-even points, etc., for all sponsorships? And how do you rely on those break-even points? So technically, we follow the sponsorship process. Council is mandated to vote on those sponsorship applications if they're above a certain level. And after each obviously sponsorship each year, the team reviews how successful they were. So my only comment is, are you setting a new standard for every sponsorship where you want the financial obligations of X and etc. So you've got to remember that any decision you make here, are you going to apply that? As Councillor Melissa Taylor said, we have a standard process. We review how successful sponsorships are post. My recommendation would be to keep it as general as possible, because do you want a standard on yourself on every sponsorship agreement that you have to come and look at the financial break-even point before you make a decision? And that's a big variability, and we're not financial accountants. We're relying on management to provide those documents. Okay.
Now, Councillor James, you flagged an indication that you're maybe to move.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor. First thoughts are often best. I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation as is.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Melissa. Anyone want to go into debate? Question, Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you. It was the question that I asked earlier about going into confidential to hear that break-even number, because, Bailey, 2 points. Firstly, the information that you cited on page 3 of the report, it actually doesn't have the associated numbers with it. Be that as it may, the bigger issue, I think, is that we have to make decisions on a case-by-case basis as they come to us. And this one is easily argued to be different from other sponsorship requests for a whole host of reasons, not least of which, though, is that the request amounts of council have been progressively increasing year on year, and there have been concerns raised about the future of this. So again, I'd like us to consider moving into confidential, and I think, Brian, it would be for reasons that Kate said about the commercial aspects of that information, so that we have that information before we make today's decision. That's my request and my question, Mayor.
Let's cover off on that to make sure that Kate would have the necessary information to furnish that, even if we did go into closed session. Would you have information, Kate, that you could share, or is it commercial in confidence that you're exercising?
The information that was provided with the sponsorship request breaks down certain levels of expenditure. It does not provide a a current look at what the income from other sponsorship levels are, and it does provide the entire marketing budget across all of the platforms and all the mastheads. So we can definitely provide that under a closed confidential session.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the books already, all right? Now, and I'm comfortable if that's lost, that we do that and we can go and re-prosecute it. We do have a motion, a mover and a seconder. It's moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Melissa. So is there a cause for debate? Debate? Okay, Councillor James.
I'll reserve my right to sum up, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Tim.
Speaking against. Thank you, Chair. Look, colleagues, I have tabled an alternate motion because I think we as the council have a right and yet an obligation to look at where we're giving money and see if we can't do it better. And every year this comes before us to give X amount of dollars to the Chronicle to run the Toowoomba Chronicle Garden competition. I think it's a fabulous competition, and speaking against this motion doesn't think that I don't support the garden competition, but I would like us to sit down and have a proper look at the way we run the garden competition as an amazing part of Carnival. And I think this year we work with and we do it, but sometime after we sit down and have a look at it. Really concerning, are we getting bang for buck? Is there ways it can be done better? When it said options in my report, that's something I'd like to look at. An option might come back and say it's best to let the Chronicle do it as is. So I really would like us the opportunity to explore the alternate motion, which is why I'm speaking against this one, purely for the fact that it's not that I don't support the garden competition. I think it's an amazing thing, but I'd like us to look at the alternate motion. Thank you, Chair.
Speaker in favour of the motion? There's no speaker in favour. Go back to you, Councillor James.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Tim. I think the irony of this debate is that we're actually all on the same page, and I think we actually agree with the same outcome that we're trying to achieve here. The reason I'm supporting this is, as I said, let's just break it right down. What is it? It's a sponsorship request. Forget about who it's from. It's a sponsorship request. So our job is to view if we want to support that sponsorship request to whatever level that we have. And there's a recommendation there from the officers which is broken down as to what the reasons are behind why we should support it to that level of value. So I do see it as a worthwhile investment for this council to contribute to this particular competition that has been run by this organisation, as I said, for 74 years, approaching its 75th. They don't need to wax lyrical about their contribution towards gardens, towards the garden city, towards our major event, right back to the foundations of when this event all started, the history, tradition, reputation, everything along those lines, you name it. It's really, really critical and important that anytime we sponsor any event, if we agree to sponsor it post the event, we review it. That's the time to do all of the things that Councillor Tim has sort of suggested here. And that's the time that I would suggest this same enthusiasm and inquisitiveness should exist post this event. For all of those topics that have been brought up in what was there, that I'm not sure if it was a foreshadowed motion or what we had listed there before. One, council's value for money. Two, the longevity of the support around it. How our money is best spent towards getting this event for the best value outcome for our community. All of those sort of things need to come under the microscope. Water, the lot, you name it. Every element of this particular competition, because the reality is we all know, and it's been mentioned a few times around the table, what is the particular future of this event in its current format? We don't know. We can speculate, we can assume, but until that happens, we don't know. So what we've got in front of us is a sponsorship request for this competition, and that's what I think we need to deal with. If this motion is supported post this event, I think officers have got a fair indication, and I'm sure the GM and manager and coordinator of Carnival have taken a hell of a lot of notes around this and are going to understand what are some of the key topics that are going to be reviewed when we get to the end of this year's particular event. So that's why I support the motion as is. But again, I'll say the ironic part is we all want the same outcome. I think we're all wanting to get the same result here. So this motion I still think does that, but this conversation, this debate is firmly put on the record for the organisers of this event and ourselves internally here, what we need to look at post October 13. Thank you.
October 7. Okay, thank you. Therefore, we will go to the vote. Those in favour of them, I propose not to read the whole motion out, councillors, by the way. That will be coming up on screen, won't it, Kirsten, for people watching online? They'll see that. That's great if that's the case. A significant amount there. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8-3 is the vote. Now, there was, when I did my training, there was some special thing of how you did that. Do you put 8-3 or something or other? Or I don't know how you do that, Kirsten, to record it. You do? Very good. Okay, that motion is carried. Thank you, and thank you, Kate, very much. We then move, councillors, to item 11.2, which is a sponsorship request. Now, there were some conflicts of interest mentioned. Councillor Edwina, Councillor James and myself, all of which were allowed to stay in the room, so we can stay and participate and vote in the matter as well. So this is item 11.2, and welcome to Andrew Allpars, our Sports Tourism Officer. Not sure, Paul, you were happy to intro this one? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillors, the purpose of this report is to seek Council's consideration of outbound sponsorship again from Gold Coast Events Management, also known as the Events Management Queensland, to support the 2024, 2025 and the 2026 Toowoomba Marathon, with the 2024 event scheduled to take place on Sunday, the 5th of May, which is about 3 weeks away. Event Management Queensland's experience in delivering high-quality, successful mass participation events not only provides a solid base from which the Toowoomba Marathon can grow, but also presents opportunities to work with EMQ on other events that may provide similar benefits for the region into the future. Whilst it's been suggested in the submitted documentation by Toowoomba Marathon that they may make a loss in the initial year, potential exists for the event to become a signature mass participation event, providing a range of benefits for the region, including increased visitation, enhanced regional profile, greater community capacity, as well as indirect positive health outcomes. As the company responsible for delivering the iconic Gold Coast Marathon and the Pan-Pacific Masters Games, EMQ brings significant event development and delivery experience to the region that has the potential to enhance the region's profile and capacity as a major event destination. EMQ initially applied for funding support under Council's Event Support Grant Program, but was deemed by Council Office to be an ineligible applicant, as they are a government, semi-government organisation or statutory authority. Should Council wish to support the 2024 marathon, the most appropriate option is via the sponsorship process. Just flicking over, wait a moment. The proposal put forward to Council establishes a partnership between the Toowoomba region and the Toowoomba Marathon, which will see the prominent placement of Toowoomba region brand across the event and centred around the 5 kilometre distance, which participants can run or walk. Over 2,000 entrants are anticipated for the event, and it's also forecast 43% of those will be from outside the region. The sponsorship proposal in year one, being the current year Toowoomba Marathon, 45,000 plus GST, 60,000 in year two, and 65,000 for the 2026 event. The assessment panel formed the view the submitted proposal does not provide adequate information for Council to support a multi-year offer of sponsorship, however, does recommend a level of support for the 2024 event. The assessment panel also sought advice from our own Customer Communications and Engagement branch around the commercial value of the marketing associated with this event, and also sought advice from Southern Queensland Country Tourism in relation to the tourism and economic return of the event based on the projected level of attendance and also where they may come from. So in a nutshell, the panel is recommending a $45,000 sponsorship plus GST, and that would get a return on investment ratio of about 8.6 to 1. So, councillors, the recommendation is there before you for your consideration, and happy to take questions.
Thanks very much, Paul. Questions, Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, thank you for this, Paul. My question is from page 6 of the report, at the bottom of the page, just before risk management matters, and again, it's under the financial considerations. And unlike the last report, I commend this one because we've got details in here about the total event cost, 350 to 400,000, I think it says on page 11, and then it also talks about the expectation or the request over the subsequent 3 years, which gives us an idea of where this is going and what the obligations are. But the question is, post-assessment of the Community Grants Program, March 23-24, report funding of up to $51,270 remains unallocated and could be made available for sponsorship applications. So I just need some clarity. So does that mean that if this is approved, there's still going to be $51,270, or is the total amount expected to come out of that $51,270?
It's the latter.
It's
So
the
it's to come
latter.
out of the $51,270
Okay, thank you.
unspent allocation through the competitive grants process, which has now been run and won. So the funding source of this sponsorship is proposed to come out of that unspent allocation.
Yeah, thank you. Which it's by and by, but we didn't even have that conversation in the previous item either. But so that leaves still an amount of 6,000 odd in that fund. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions, councillors, in regard to this one? This is the Toowoomba Marathon. Councillor Tim? Oh, happy to move as per the councillor's recommendation. Seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? I didn't even go to debate there, but that's carried. Councillor Village, you for? Okay, that's unanimous. Councillors, thank you, Andrew, for your input in that meeting. That was fantastic. Appreciate that. Your presence is presence enough. Councillors, we will adjourn for an hour and resume at 1 o'clock. Could I ask for someone to move, Councillor Rebecca, and second by Councillor Melissa? This is to adjourn the meeting and return at 1 o'clock. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. We will resume the meeting, noting that from here forward, Councillor O'Shea is absent from the meeting, and that will be recorded in the minutes. Councillors, and welcome to those joining us back online as well as those in the room with us. We move to item 11.3, which is the Regional Development Statistics Report, and Dr Nicola, the GM for Planning and Development, is the author for this one. So welcome to you, Dr Nicola.
Thank you and good afternoon, councillors. Welcome back to those who are returning and welcome to those who are new. Joining me today, I've got my Manager Planning, Kerry Musgrove, whom you all know, and also Adam Gould, who is the Manager of Development, Infrastructure and Growth. I'm happy to take the report as read. However, I want to draw your attention to some good news, and it's in that first paragraph. So the number of development applications received for February are above the monthly average. They're actually above the annualised average too, so we've seen a nice little spike. Of course, for our teams, that means they are at capacity. Not only are we up at these really high levels for development applications, but we're also at very high levels for things like requests for our pre-lodgement meetings. So we're happy to take any questions that you might have in relation to the report. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr Nicola. Councillors, is there any questions in regard to the report, noting the commentary from the GM in regard to a significant uplift in particular some of those areas, Dr Nicola? Any questions, councillors, in regard to this? If not, Dr Nicola, one question from me. It's on page 7 of the report, and again it leans into what you've been speaking about. It's around the lots in the pipeline, effectively, at the bottom of the page, and noting that Carrie and both Adam are here, and reading through that, there's over 1,000, just over 1,000 lots being constructed at the moment, and that's a significant rise to where we've been in the past. So if you might like to comment on that. Whoever may wish to. Thanks, Adam.
Through the chair, and hi to all the councillors. So, so over the last, probably 12 months, we have seen a bit of what I would think is an accrual in the numbers of lots that are actively being constructed. So construction at the moment, compared to historical, over the last, nearly 15 years I've been working in the space, is a lot slower than historical, and there's a number of reasons for that. And so because they're spending a lot more time being constructed, they're not going through the system as quick as what we would like. So that's part of it, as well as there's a lot of activity in the space.
Yeah, I guess just leading into that, the observation of those being constructed of 1,000 lots, and is the industry suggesting that the time frame for whether it's materials or labour or whatever it may be, is that elongating the time frame to get to market or to get to CLA?
Yeah, there's a range of reasons. Labour is a key one as well. Of recent times, we've had a couple of contractors come up from Brisbane, which is good to help support our market. That was notably absent the last couple of years. We actually had some of the firms sending workers the other way. So we've seen more coming back of recent times. So that's a positive as well.
Any questions? Councillor Trevor.
The lots we're talking about, are they your traditional 500, 600, 700 square metre lots, or there's no acreage lots? They're all traditional lots. Some people would deem as traditional lots.
In those numbers, it includes, I think it's called Aurora, which is Fitton Road. So there are some larger lots, but the vast majority, and I think 95% of them, would be traditional, 500 to 800 metre square lots.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? If there's no other questions, the motion before us is that the report of the General Manager Planning and Development Group on the regional development statistics for February 2024 be noted by council. Have someone to move that? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nicola. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Adam. Thanks. Councillors, we move then to item number 11.4, which is best practice standing orders for local government and standing committee meetings, and welcome Bailey Garcia, who come forward from Governance and Legal to present this report. Bailey, welcome to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. Through the Mayor, item 11.4 is tabling the revised Department of Housing and Local Government Planning and Public Works best practice example standing orders for the local government and standing committee meetings. In March 24, the department amended the standing orders. It's the new orders example is sitting in attachment 1. We didn't receive a marked up copy, and what we've done, I think it's attachment 3, we've tried to provide you a markup copy of the standing orders, and there has been significant layout change from the 2023 department model that we adopted last year. So the purpose of my report is to table the revised standing orders issued by the department. There's been nil input from myself because they're drafted by the department without feedback or consultation. They're simply issued. It would be my recommendation is we adopt the latest version for our operations, which a majority of councils would do so, and open to any feedback and comments. In the 2023 version, we did make one change to the model that we adopted. It was simply to change the notice period for getting reports out to councils from 2 days to 3 days. So giving that extra day our requirement to issue reports to councillors, we extended it by a day compared to what was under the standing orders that were provided by the department in 2023. So open to any questions.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Bailey. And this would be then provided for all councillors in their meeting procedure and what are guidelines in this little book if it's approved as today. It is, of course, it comes from the department as well, so it's basically from there. Any questions, councillors? If not, there's a motion before us that council adopt the revised Department of Housing, Local Government Planning and Public Works best practice example standing orders for local government and standing committees dated March 2024, attachment 1. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? It's carried. So that was. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ali. Do appreciate that. Councillors, we move then to item number 12, and item number 12 is matters which notice has been given. There's nothing on the agenda for that particular item. Item 13 is any other business council determines by resolution to be included in the agenda paper. If there's any general business items that councillors would like to bring forward. If not, councillors, we move to item 14, which is closing of the meeting to the public to discuss confidential items and opening of the meeting to pass resolutions on confidential items, which is the standard procedure. So it is item number 14 on your agenda papers, closing of the meeting for the items of incoming sponsorship and planning and development court appeals, of which we will have some as well. Thank you, John. Now, Kirsten, because we're going to confidential, should we be suggesting that items 15, those numbers, yeah, okay, 15.2 will have councillors leave the room. Do we do that at this point in an open session? In open session, or just when we come back to vote? Yeah, we've got others for us. We just record it and then we'll do it when we go to vote to come back into open session. Thank you for that. So, councillors, this is to go into closed session. If someone moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa, those in favour? That's carried unanimously. We'll close the doors and we'll Thank you, councillor. So we move to item 15.1. And 15.1 refers to the incoming sponsorship of Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers, entrance 2024, and the motion is the council approve the establishment of incoming sponsorship agreements with 1, Queensland Investment Corporation, Grand Central, to support operations of the Floral Parade to be held as part of the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers 2024, and number 2, Heritage and People's Choice to support parkland entertainment operations of Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers 2024. That's the motion before us. So moved by councillor Carroll, seconded by councillor Trevor. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. Kirsten, noting that both councillor O'Shea and McMahon have been recorded as being absent before that, haven't they? Yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hand over to councillor Musa. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Okay, moving on to confidential item 15.2.1. All good? The recommendation is that the confidential report on planning, environment, court appeals and compensation claims for March 2024 be noted by council, and we're voting on 15.2.1 at present. Going into debate? No? All those in favour? Oh, sorry, mover and a seconder. Apologies. Councillor Gary, Councillor Edwina, all those in favour? Moved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Melissa. We move then to 15.2.2, and the motion is there before us that item number 2 of the confidential report on planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims for March 2024 be noted by council. If someone to move that. Moved by councillor Trevor, seconded by councillor Melissa. Those in favour? That motion is carried. We can now invite councillors back into the room. Thank you, councillor Edwina. And councillor Rebecca, when she's ready, will come back in as well. Okay, councillors, we move to the next item, which is the CEO's report. And thank you, Kirsten, for putting that up there. The motion there before us is coming. This is item 15.3. The motion is that council note the chief executive officer's, this is item 15.3, councillor Rebecca. The council note the chief executive officer's legal update. Brian, are you comfortable with that motion? Was there anything further you thought we should add in there, just reflective of what was?
Do you just want to include the words that council note the chief executive officer and the legal officer's legal update?
And council's
because part of that update wasn't given by myself as well. Or if you're happy to leave it as
it still was delegated to the governor, manager of governance and legal.
And the manager of governance.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just add those words in just for that purpose.
No, that's perfectly fine. Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wonder if we should also note that the CEO was removed himself from the room for part of that discussion.
Yeah, and would you do that through here, or would you do it through the minutes?
We'll have that in the minutes.
You have the minutes, yeah. Okay. Just that you were out of the room at the same time. So. Okay. Right, but she'll know when she went. Yeah, you'll know when Brian came out of the room. Okay.
And when I left. Yeah.
Right, we're comfortable with that. We've got the motion before us. Moved by councillor Bill, seconded by councillor Melissa. Those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Very good, councillors. We move then to group reports. Item number 16 and 16.1 is the Planning and Development Group Report. And welcome welcome some of your team here as well. Dr. Nicola, thank you very much. Dane's not wanting to come forward. You can come up the front here, Dane, if you'd like, with your GM. I'm positive you can. Yeah. Come on forward.
Melissa just left.
Okay. 16.1, Planning and Development Group Report. Thank you. Dr. Nicola, I'll hand over to you. And welcome Dane as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm happy to take the report as read, and we can open up to any questions, noting the time, and you've still got a few of these to get through. Thank you.
Councillors, are there any questions in regard to, it was a nice little comment at the end, any questions, councillors, in regard to the group report or comments? If not, councillors, there is a motion there before us in regard to this, that the Planning and Development Group report be received. Quite comfortable. Someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. And thank you, Dane, for your attendance this afternoon. We do appreciate it. That commitment, strong commitment. Thank you. Our next item, 16.2, councillors, is the Water and Waste Services Group report, and welcome Acting GM Jake Prassier and Natalie as well. Come forward. Welcome to you both, and thank you, Jake, for your input this morning already for this meeting, so we do appreciate it. So, Jake, I'll hand over to you.
No worries. Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I've just invited the Manager of Waste Services up with me, Natalie Plum. I'd like to, provide a brief update on the amount of work that's happening in Water and Waste Services. I'm happy to take the report as read, but as you can see, I think Councillor McMahon made mention of some of the updates on the capital program. We are busily working on a number of key projects as seen in that report, and a lot of those projects are coming to, the stage of nearing completion. We expect, apart from the advice that was provided around the dam safety upgrade project, that the majority of the remaining capital works program for Water and Waste Services will be delivered this financial year.
Thank you very much, Jake. We did have a fair go at this morning as well, which we appreciate all the answers that you gave there. Are there any questions, councillors, in regard to this report? Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, through Jake to Natalie. Thank you very much. The question is in regard to page 7 of the report, the Toowoomba Waste Management Centre. It says that changes to weekend opening hours will be trialled over the coming months, resulting in a shorter Saturday and a closure on Sunday. So my question is to understand, that wasn't a council decision, that's been an operational decision, so to understand the reason behind that and how the negative impact on the community is going to be mitigated, I suppose.
Thank you.
So
yes, Natalie, thank you very much.
Through the Mayor, in response, so as part of our ongoing commitments to meeting Council sustainability targets and providing efficient and effective services for the community, we've been reviewing all parts of our business to see if there are any efficiencies or improvements we can make. Toowoomba Waste Management Centre is our commercial landfill, so accessed by our commercial customers. At the moment, we open Monday to Friday 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturdays 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So a review of the patronage over the last 12 months has indicated that majority of our customers that access for those 9 hours on a Saturday and Sunday are internal council customers, predominantly waste services vehicles and the odd C&M sort of vehicle. There's somewhere between 1, possibly 2 customers that are non-council customers that access the sites during those 9 hours. So we were looking, and there's been no final decisions made, but we were looking at implementing a trial of closing on a Sunday and 1 or 2 hours earlier on a Saturday to see what the impact would be on our customers, our non-TRC customers. So prior to commencing that trial, we would be communicating that trial to those customers that have used the facility on the weekends over the last 12 months and seeking any feedback. So prior to making any sort of ongoing decisions, we'd be looking to look at benefit assessment, what challenges we've faced during that period. So it's the objective is to provide efficiencies, I guess, for the community.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Kerry.
Just on that, just to clarify, this relates to commercial customers only. The general public hours on Saturday and Sundays is not changed.
So most domestic customers use Greater Toowoomba, so at O'Mara Road. So all of our other facilities, the hours of those facilities remain unchanged. It would only be the Cranley facility, the landfilling facility.
Oh, that's at Bedford Street?
That's what we refer to as the old Bedford Street facility.
I just reading it, just the heading was Toowoomba Waste Management Centre, and that to me might have meant O'Mara Road.
No, that's called Greater Toowoomba Waste Management Facility.
All right, thank you.
Just the greater at the front of it. That's the only change, really. Greater. That's a good question, because if you read that, you would probably think that that was not open. Councillor Edwina.
Yeah, just following on from that, I think with our external comms, just to make sure that we do clarify the site location, because any other person uneducated in our actual waste management facilities would assume that that's the main general one. Yeah.
Take that feedback on board. We intend to undertake targeted consultation and communication with those customers who use that facility.
Good, very good. Thank you. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to the water and waste area? This is the group report that we're voting on here, and the motion is pretty straightforward. The water and waste group report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you very much. We move then, councillors, to item 16.3, and I'm unsure whether Mike is coming. Yep, that's fine. Nick, are you comfortable if we shift you up the batting order? Councillor Carl would be heading in. That's fine. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. GM Nick, thank you. We will adjust the running order, councillors, to go directly to 16.4, the Environment Community Services Group Report, and then we'll recircle back to ISG and Finance and Business.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon again, councillors. The group report for Environment Community Services is included in your agenda papers. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have from that report.
Thank you very much, Nick. Councillors, Councillor Kerry and then Councillor Edwina.
No, thank you, Nick. Just in relation to the Nell Robinson lighting, you were aware, and Councillor Rebecca and I were on site there some months ago at dusk, and the inadequate lighting from the point of view of the Netball Association was pointed out to us. Are you in a position to say that all that they required has been attended to, or has there been some difference in the result?
I think there was one light bulb that needed replacing, and that work was scheduled. I'm not sure whether it's been completed or not. I assume it has been. What we're wanting to do is undertake a lighting audit of all of our sporting facilities, and that's not something that we can do internally. We need to outsource that. So having appropriately qualified light technicians to undertake that lighting audit is important to us, so we can understand what standards we're meeting. I'd be surprised if we're not meeting the safe standards for play and training. I'm not going to put my hand on my heart and say that that's the case because we haven't completed that audit yet, but I would be surprised if
if that was the case. So we'll undertake that audit. That'll produce for us a schedule of works for any upgrade or rectifications, and it's probably a case of requiring to re-aim the lights is probably what might come from it in the first instance.
I think the dot point 3 under Parks and Recreation sort of covers the fact that light bulbs have been replaced and inspection of condition of lighting towers and re-aiming of lights to maximise effectiveness. They did also point out to us that some extra lighting was desired in the walking areas to the car parks too, I think, nothing to do with the playing fields. So that might be an ongoing discussion.
Yeah, certainly those conversations will be ongoing. Of course, they're subject to budget availability and works programs.
Good, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Nick, earlier today we were talking about excess funds from community grants being moved across to sponsorship. Just looking at here, you mentioned applications for the round 2 closed in March. Have they all been allocated yet? Or is that 50,000, has that come from a previous round of funding?
This program that we reference here is the last program for the financial year, and after assessing all of the applications that we received, that $50,000 was left unallocated out of all the grant applications that we received across the 8 programs that we offer. So some programs are fully subscribed, others were undersubscribed. The grant policy allows for us to, at round 2, to have a moderation panel process where we can review applications that may have been unsuccessful because of oversubscription in one program and move funding between programs. So after that exercise, the $50,000 when it was unallocated, and today in the Toowoomba Marathon report, that was the source of funding that was identified as a sponsorship opportunity.
Cool. So if there is funding unallocated, do you think there weren't enough applications, or do you think people weren't aware of it? Do you know, is that quite normal to have that sort of amount left over at the end of the year?
I don't think there is any normal. So some years we might have an under allocation such as this. Other years we might have full subscription. So there's nothing normal, I think, to compare. And there's quite a lot of movement between the 8 funding programs as well. So one year one might be fully subscribed, but the next year it might not be, and another might be fully subscribed and another not. I think it's probably a combination of things. It probably comes down to people's awareness. It probably comes down to the quality of the applications. It probably comes down to the quality of the projects that are coming forward. So it's not any one thing that we can ascribe to the reason those programs mightn't be fully allocated.
Okay, thank you. And one further question. Before we had the election, there was talk, the state government knocked the Toowoomba Sports Stadium funding on the head, but there was still talk about an equestrian centre of excellence. Do you have any update on that? Has that progressed anywhere?
Well, I understand the RASQ is continuing to advocate directly with state and federal government for funding of stages 1 and 2 as outlined in their business case. So that work continues to be ongoing. Support's been provided through the Olympic officer at TSBE, Mark Mason's providing support through that program. I think what's really important is that the equestrian facility business case at RASQ stood alone on its own without the Olympics, so we pursued that project is being pursued in its own right. The Olympics might be an added benefit on top of that project once it's delivered.
Okay. I guess it might be worth following up then with Mark Mason, or just seeing if there's some help or they need support from council. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Kerry.
Well, just following on from that in relation to that stadium issue that Councillor Edwina raised.
Terry, can I just cautious us at this point in time that if we start talking about that, there will be a couple of people that will leave the room. So if you need to get into deep detail,
I'll ask for your direction. My question wasn't going to include any pros or cons in relation to the matter, but simply not whether or not it's still an open issue in the sense that it's been dropped from the former Lord Mayor's report, but has there been any communication from the government as to whether or not it has been dropped from future consideration?
I'm just going to head out, Mayor, and excuse myself because of a conflict that's been previously flagged in relation to this. Thanks.
What sort of advice are you giving, Nick?
I think I can keep my advice high level, Mayor.
Okay.
There's been no formal communication from the state. However, I'm understanding that they've accepted the recommendations of the 60-day review panel not to continue to progress with that project. So there is no upgrade of the Toowoomba Sports Ground project alive anymore.
Yeah, and there's no further update, so there's nothing to talk through. So we can, Councillor Rebecca can come back in the room. Are there any other questions for Nick, for GM, Environment Community Services? No other questions? Well, the recommendation then, councillors, is before us that the Environment and Community Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Edwina. Do I have a seconder for that? My second by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate that. We then will reverse back to Mike. 16.3 Councillors Infrastructure Services Group report, and welcome GM Mike Brady to come forward. Thank you, Mike. Welcome, Mike.
Good afternoon, Mr Mayor and councillors. The Infrastructure Services Group report for March 2024 is tabled for your consideration. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor? Councillor Melissa?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mike. Just a couple, if I may, please, Mike. I'll never wear that skirt again. Page 1, the lower order roads. I see your report there and what is in progression, and hopefully all those works have now been completed, as stated there. And I see Ostrich Road is in stage 1. The design has been complete. May I just ask, has the full $2 million, or will the full $2 million be expended this year, this financial year?
Can I just take that as a question without notice and just come back with the actual figures on that? Yep. It should be very close. But,
thank you. And just
come back and confirm that.
Okay, thank you. And for my knowledge, if the full $2 million hasn't been expended, does that then carry over to the next year?
That'd be subject to council's budget. In essence, in most cases, it would for a program that doesn't get completed in 1 year that needs to follow through. But that obviously is a resolution of council at the time when the budgets are done for the following year.
Thank you.
As a carryover project, if that is the case.
Yep. Thank you. And just to follow on from that, and then I've got 2 other questions. So with that, Mike, I know we had the program of works for this financial year. When will we know the program for next financial year? Because I'm assuming the design program that you've got here will be the works for next financial year.
The program for next year, the resolution on the books of council is per from last year. That said, that's got to go through capital's budget consideration this year. The capital program for next financial year and 3 years is going to be being presented to council in May, and I think that's when council will get a sense of what can be done next year or what is likely to be done next year. So then it'll be up to council to see.
So we'll consider that in May.
Yeah. Oh well, you'll get the information sessions in May, and then obviously resolution the budgets in June.
Great. Thank you. Two other questions. One is, I've just had some feedback from some residents in Highfields. So this is a very broad question from a couple of residents. The Kratzky O'Brien Road, that work's being done in Highfields at present. Now, I haven't been out to see it myself, but I've just had some feedback to say that the temporary road is having major issues. Can you just, are there issues with that? Can you explain anything?
Yes, it did break up in recent times. The temporary road is that, and with the traffic and the wet weather that they had through late March into April there was issues there. I noticed last week that was being reconstructed through that section.
Okay.
So it's a temporary road as a side track for the water main works and other works that are being done. So so hopefully whatever work they've done this time will continue forward that way.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, it was the wet weather that there were issues with the road?
I'd have to come back with more detail if you're after more detail.
I would actually, that'd be great, thank you. And then my final question, if I may, can you please give the council an update on Morris Road, please, and where we're at with that? Because there were some issues there as well.
I had that as a query from another councillor as well. So look, Morris Road was originally upgraded from gravel road to seal road in 2020 as a temporary upgrade. With the inland rail coming, Morris Road disappears. Morris Road will get rediverted. So it was done as a low-cost seal, as we were getting a lot of traffic and a lot of complaints as a gravel road. So that's why it was done when it was done. The sections that were identified as flood recovery works, there's about $750,000 worth of work that has recently been undertaken on that section of work. Unfortunately, during that work, or towards the end of that work, the bitumen sealing contractor that was booked for the work was not able to attend at that time. So the team undertook emulsion seal. The timing of that was on or about the same time as just before the wet weather came, and just combination of factors there meant that some of that work that they had done has had failures, as in potholing and other issues there. It's my understanding that the defects rework cost in the order of about $20,000. Now that was a question. And that all going well, it should be open back to traffic very shortly. My indication here is Monday for next week. So that's the indication that's been given. All going well.
Thanks, Jim. Mike, may I just...
I'll just probably add to that, councillors, it's getting a lot of traffic these days, Morris Road, and we were very much, when we brought it to council back in 2020, we were only looking at around about a 5-year life. And if now with the delay in the Inland Rail project, it may be something we'll have to reconsider in time, whether we have to do a lot more strengthening if that road's going to have to stay in play for a while. So it may be a bit of a mix of putting up with the inconvenience of a few potholes versus the investment of what would be hundreds of thousands, if not another $1 million. So or over $1 million. So that's one of the consequences of the Inland Rail being delayed, is us having to keep Morris Road on hold. So there's hopefully the work that they've done now, and there's some further work programmed when it warms up as far as final seals, but that won't happen until sort of September, October.
Thanks, Jim. Mike, just one final, just on that, because there is a bit of angst with the community around Morris Road, around that area. Are we going to do some communication or?
I'd be happy to look at some media in regards to that.
Yeah. just so that the community can understand why. Thanks.
Great idea.
Yeah, that's right.
Nothing else?
No,
That's it?
just going back to Inland Rail, we were talking before about, the consequences of this major project being delayed. Well, this is one that directly affects our community. So it's not just the productivity and transport of goods. It's these issues that directly affect the daily lives of our constituents in our community. And really the community need to know why this is happening, and it's not just council not doing a good enough job on a road. There's reasons behind why we're only doing this particular treatment on the road, and why it only had a 5-year life. And if we take it further if we have to extend it out because of the delay in the Inland Rail project, then that really goes to our budget and our bottom line. Can we afford those, that extra couple of $100,000? So it's really important that we communicate to the community the issues around the delay in a project like this. It's not just about floodlands and floodplains and productivity. It's these issues as well.
Yeah, anywhere where our network is affected by Inland Rail
Absolutely.
is the uncertainty for us.
Yep.
So
thank you.
Now I had another question from Edwina, I think it was. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Mine was following on from Councillor Taylor's comments in relation to Morris Road. If Inland Rail isn't coming, then maybe we should put it back on the agenda to make it a more permanent road, because there's so much traffic going through it now, or on it. And you just commented, Mike, that the final seal in September, October for that road, that seems like quite a way away. But people is it open now, or will be?
Yeah, as I mentioned, it's been indicated for Monday, or for next week. They're doing a prime seal, which is an early seal we do, but we normally then hold off through the winter period on doing the final seals. So our final seal there for the sections that are being done. So there may be a need for some maintenance through the winter period, but we do the final seals in the warmer months.
And is that just because it seals better, needs the heat? Or?
There's that. So yeah, and the whole sealing process. So when you're doing a road seal, you need the heat in the day as much as you need the material that goes down.
Because if it waits another, 4-6 months, does that mean that the road will, without a final seal, does that impact on the quality of the final product?
Not necessarily. We do primer seals on many projects, and they normally have a life of 6 to 12 months, the primer seals. So as long as we get to them in that time period, they're normally okay. There may be a little bit of maintenance work required in that period, but generally speaking, we normally do all our final seals from probably September, October onwards, try to get them done before Christmas each year, and sometimes early into the early New Year. But,
thank you.
I'll come back with some info.
Thanks, Mike. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. Mike, when Councillor Taylor's talking about a release for the public so they understand, I need to understand a little bit more myself. So just from a process perspective, we were at a position where the bitumen sealer wasn't available, and correct me if I've got this wrong, so we proceeded anyway with this emulsion seal, and then the rain came, and emulsion seals and rain seemingly don't mix, and that's what's led to the breakdown of the road. Is that right?
Yeah, in a nutshell, but I'd be happy to forward something out to councillors to give a bit more detail around that if you wish. That might be better than trying to go through it all right now.
Yeah, I think I don't want to get down and understand bitumen seals and emulsion seals, but I want to understand from a process perspective what went wrong so that we can do it better in the future, because a defects work of $20,000, did we pick up the the tab? Does council pick up the tab, or does that go to the flood recovery? What happens?
It's under the flood recovery.
Okay. And was that council officers doing the work, or was that a
Yes.
contractor? Okay.
The sealing is done by contractors.
Okay. Because, I mean, you've had 3 councillors ask about it, because all councillors have been contacted by members of the community for it, and I think there was concern about the safety of the road, the usability of the road and all the rest of it, but there was a lot of concern also just from ratepayers about money well spent or otherwise. And when a road is closed for a period and then is open for only a couple of days and then degrades and then is closed again, the community rightly has questions. So I think a bit more detail so that we can understand, and that communication piece ahead of Monday's reopening would be really beneficial, in my opinion. And I don't know how many other projects are in this critical space where we might have that timing of bitumen and rain coming, but it wasn't a good outcome for the community or council, I'd say.
No, and I agree. And it's occasionally works are done and we have defects and we've got to go back and fix them. And I won't say we get it perfect every time. So the team does try, but yep.
Thank you. Given it's the opening is on Monday next week, then perhaps, talk to our Jason's in the room now, so he's no doubt taking notes as well of what that could be. And perhaps something could go out, if it's confirmed it'll be Monday, something can go out later in the week, given that Friday is a public holiday. It really narrows it down to Thursday, to be honest. Yep. Okay, any other questions for the GM? All righty. Therefore, the motion there before us is that the Infrastructure Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. We move, councillors, then to 16.5, which is the Finance and Business Strategy Group, and invite GM Anne-Marie Johnson to come forward to present the group report for April. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Good afternoon, councillors. So happy to take the report as read and take any questions.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Any questions, councillors, in regard to this report, the group report? No questions? Councillor Kerry? No questions. Okay, Councillor Rebecca, you got a question?
I do, thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Anne-Marie, thank you for this, Anne-Marie. Every month we get this report, and there's more often than not questions about the exit surveys, the net promoter scores and that sort of thing. And as I was reading this, I was thinking, when councillors are given the opportunity to be briefed on the retention strategies and some of those bigger pieces of work, I wonder if there's going to be an opportunity for councillors to get some of that, the de-identified exit survey, so that we can get a sense, or a report even, from officers about what are the trends that emerge in those exit surveys, so that councils have an idea of what are the issues that are the roadblocks to retention. Because my concern is that we've gone to all the effort of getting an external provider, really talking for months and months on end about the exit interviews. There's a focus on it, and then what we actually do with the information that's gathered during that process and how we harness it within council.
So there's a couple of things. So happy to take that one on notice, but I can say that we did a retention survey. So I think that, when people make a decision to leave the organisation, some of it is career development, and we've certainly got all that information. But when we surveyed 1,005 of our existing employees, they were really clear to us with those three main areas that we need to focus on. The first one being pay, and we're going through our EB process now, and I'm leading that on behalf of the ELT. So front and foremost of those discussions within our sustainability parameters. The second one was about that sense of belonging, and the third one was around development and training, those opportunities. So we have recently approved our succession plan. So we know that the people that want to stay within the organisation are looking for development opportunities. And we've had one example recently within my group where we've been out to the market several times to recruit a position and have been unable to fill it. So we filled it internally with someone that didn't quite have the skills and at a lower level with development opportunities. And that's what our people are telling us that they want. So the people that want to stay here, and I think that's where we need to focus on, that we don't want to lose good employees, and we certainly will bring you the results of those exit interviews. But we have an opportunity to focus on the 1,005 people that completed that survey, that gave us really comprehensive information and detail that can help us work with them. And we've rolled the survey results out to the whole organisation. And the discussions are being included in the one-on-one meetings with our staff. I'm providing an update after every EB meeting. I had a meeting with our internal team yesterday on how we can try and progress our discussions in a quicker way. And certainly the succession, those development opportunities, it's a great opportunity for us to upskill from within. And we've also got our TRC Connect, which our TR Connect project to help grow our own talent. So it's challenging for council, as it is for for almost every organisation you speak with now are challenged with retaining staff in a very competitive environment. But happy to bring that through to councillors.
Any other questions, councillors? I guess the only thing that I'd like to highlight, and a good way to positive finish to the day's meeting, is on page 5 of 5, and that is the local spend. And I know this is particularly around timing and the DRFA and how much work's being done locally through that as well. But this is to actually hit the target of 60% for March is a great effort. That's a terrific effort, some 23, nearly 27 million, and for the total year at 63%, 157 million. When you consider it was 12 years ago, 2012, we're at 56 million all up. That's a fair difference. Just simply through the strategic arm of council putting a clearer focus on spending local, and then the operational team coming back with a variety of strategies on how to achieve that vision. And this is a good example of that, which is a really positive mindset for us as elected representatives to have when we start deliberating strategic discussion. And so that gives you a clear example of how that can work. Councillor Shine, you happy to move? Councillor Edwina, second. Those in favour? That motion's carried. And thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you very much. Councillors, that does conclude our ordinary meeting of council for today. The last thing I would want to say is two things. Firstly, to thank Jean-Marie for your patience today with councillors. We've obviously learnt well from you with the little sessions we've had, because you weren't as hectically busy as I thought you might have been. So that's good. So thank you. That's credit to you. And remind councillors that you need to click Leave Meeting on Resolve, which, Anne-Marie, you'll show Councillor Kerry where we find that, and if you wouldn't mind explaining exactly where we would find that so that everyone knows how to leave the meeting. Oh yes, it says leave meeting in a big green band. Otherwise, you will remain in the meeting until the next time we have a meeting. So leave meeting. So councillors, that does conclude the meeting. Thank you, everyone. It was a great meeting. I appreciate your time. Thank you.